Woo! We are here again for the, unfortunately, last day of Breakpoint 2022. It's been a pretty amazing 3 days. It's been really great to see everyone coming out and sort of participating in this crazy event that we have the privilege of doing every year. So, walk you through a little bit of day 3. Again, thank you all for coming out. I know it's early in the morning. A reminder of our venue map. Let's go through some of the cool stuff that's happening today that I'm particularly excited about. So first off, there's going to be some conversations on the technical stage around the migration of Helium from their existing L1 to being a network built on top of Solana. So there's a technical dive by one of the engineers who's been working on that transition. I think that'll be a pretty interesting session. Oh boy, an anchor workshop, a bad pun I have been promoting for days that I hope you all go to and enjoy. And some also workshops on how you can develop with SPL governance and the integration with Realms. Here on our main stage, we have a few cool things going on today. You'll hear a bunch from Ledger. You'll hear from Stripe on some of their on-ramping technologies and some of the folks who are starting to integrate and use that. The migration of sort of the larger ecosystem from being primarily EVM-based in the Web3 space with a few other things like Solana to the SVM actually being extended on Cosmos, on a few other areas, and the SVM becoming a runtime that's not necessarily just unique to Solana, the same way that EVM is not just unique to Ethereum. And you'll get an update from Render. Render had a pretty awesome demo and announcement last year. They've been doing a lot of stuff, and since then, we're going to talk about some of those changes as well. Closing out the day, the forum, Big Ideas stage, there's a live recording of the podcast Acquired, one of my favorite shows. They're actually doing a like 2.5-hour recording from, I think it's noon to 2:30 today, on the history of Qualcomm. So if you're not familiar with Acquired, they are one of the best company and technology company history podcasts out there. So they're doing a live show. It's free for everyone who has a Breakpoint pass. If your friends don't have a Breakpoint pass, I think it's like $10 to get in at the door. It's pretty cool. It's worth checking out. We'll be talking about how Web3 can be used in sort of protecting human rights and for other things than just financial institutions and governance. So I think that's going to be a pretty interesting talk as well. And we'll, of course, close out the conference there with some closing thoughts from Raj and Anatoly. And of course, our community stage continues. You can go to solana.com/voice and then show up for some of the open mics there that are sort of more of a community-centric stage where you can pitch ideas and have conversations. There's some dev stations there to get some work done. This is at the Hacker House venue if you were at the Hacker House before. They'll be talking about go-to-market strategies in gaming as well for Web3, and a conversation on MEV and some of the ideas around that and what that can be useful for, areas MEV can be harmful. MEV is one of my favorite topics because it is not positive or negative. It's all about how it's used, and some people use it positively and some people don't. So it's a really nice topic to dive into. We will also be closing out tonight with a closing celebration at a place I can't pronounce, but it's on the slide, and it's also on the agenda. I have a pronouncer even on my notes, and man, I'm not even going to try. Check Twitter and Telegram. We're going to be pinning the address and exactly how to get there in it. There'll be a few shuttles running as well. This will start at 9 p.m., so our program will end at the forum at about 7 p.m. There's 2 hours to go get some dinner, to go hang out, to go change, do whatever you need to do. And then the closing celebration will start at 9, and we'll roll straight through for that. So that's a little bit about what's coming on day 3 of Breakpoint. I'm going to hand it off to Amira, and we can get the show started. Thanks.
Morning, everyone. How are y'all feeling? Yeah, there we go. I like it. One of the things that I love about Web3 is there's no one in the world that has 15 years of experience in this space. Everyone here comes from something new. And the stories that you get from where folks came from vary dramatically. So our next speaker has a very, very special set of announcements from Ledger. They're going to talk about what's coming soon on this incredibly important product. But before he came to Ledger, he was actually selling train tickets in Europe. And his last job was to help make sure that people could go from place to place on time. That's one of my favorite stories of people transitioning from what they used to do before, from their past lives, into Europe. So I'm going to call him Captain Train, but please welcome Carl Anderson from Ledger. All right, guys.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, thank you very much, Amira. It's always fun to hear about my previous life at Trainline. Um, Today, I'm not here to talk about Trainline. I'm here to talk about Ledger and security. Actually, quick poll, everyone who knows Ledger in the room? So pretty much everyone. Cool. And who owns a Ledger? And that's 90% of people in the room. All right, cool. So Ledger is a security company. And our mission is really to secure Web3. I think where we're starting from is the challenge that you're seeing on the screen behind me right now is that the Web2 technology that we have, our phones, our tablets, they're amazing to create it, share, and consume information, but they just don't really cut it to actually manage and store value. And that's not me saying it, it's just that we see it hack after hack, year after year. In fact, in 2021, about $14 billion worth of digital assets got stolen. That's how bad it is. And so the world needs security because the world needs self-custody, and self-custody without security can't exist. So that's what we set off to do. And our answer to this is actually building a new generation of technology, software and hardware, to secure your private keys, but not only. And this is what we're going to talk today about. Quick side note as well, probably one of the best kept secret in Web3 right now is that what we're doing for consumers, we're also doing it for enterprises. And so we're also doing that for institutions with Ledger Enterprise. But back to our solution. The main revolution that Ledger introduced is our hardware wallet, Ledger Nano S Plus X. The S was the first one, started in 2016. And the idea here is that we have this secure element, that chip that stores your private keys. And unlike what we're seeing out there, and this is world first, is that we build an operating system in that secure element which stores your private keys. And your private keys never leave that secure element. The cryptography and the computation all happens on there. Moreover, that secure element and that OS on there actually knows how to run different applications and also controls the screen and the buttons that you're seeing out there. And this creates a trusted display, which is also a key element of our offering, so that when you're trading and managing your portfolio with your apps or your laptop, you can actually verify on your device what's shown to you on screen, so that if that application says that you're actually sending your crypto to this address, well, you can verify that on the trusted display, controlled by the secure element, that this is actually the case. What you see is what you sign. So that's the hardware layer, and what we're doing in this hardware layer, we're not doing only for Ledger. It's multi-chain, but it's also multi-wallet, so you can use that with Solflare, with Coin-based wallet, or MetaMask as well. And obviously, we provide our own software wallet on top of it, which is Ledger Live. It's a 4.9-star app in the App Store, and allows you to send and receive and buy, exchange, stake crypto, and offer you all what Web3 can offer to you. So that's the base of the offering. A brand new product and a new tier is Ledger Connect. I think quick poll again. Who here interacts pretty frequently with smart contracts, whether it's DeFi or NFTs? About half the room. Okay, so this is interesting to you, because we're securing the private keys thanks to our hardware and software wallet, but you only as secure as the smart contract that you're interacting with. If that smart contract is built to drain your wallet, the minute you sign that transaction, the minute you sign that message and you give access that smart contract to your wallet, that is going to drain your wallet. And so that's what Ledger Connect is all about. Each time you're interacting with a smart contract, it's kind of like having unsafe sex from that perspective, which is like it's fun until it's not. And so Ledger Connect is pretty much the digital condom, so that you can actually interact with the smart contracts. It adds that layer with a functionality that we call Web3 checks, which it picks up signals and shows them to you, like how risky it is to interact with the smart contract. You also have predicted impacts. So we actually simulate what you're going to do, and we show that to you. So normally, you give a bit of crypto, you get an NFT. But if it's a fraudulent smart contract is going to drain your wallet, and you're going to see it, and you can reject the transaction before it actually happens. So it's the Web3 safe sex, basically. And I think the key news is Solana is a first-class citizen in the entire Ledger stack. It will be supported on day one on Ledger Connect. It is already supported in Ledger Live. You can send and receive and stake Sol within that wallet, and it obviously is supported on our hardware wallets, whether that is with Ledger Live or other wallets of your choice. The big news, you've heard about it on Saturday. Emmet presented it, part of the Solana mobile announcements, is that we are obviously working with Solana Mobile to bring Ledger Live to the Saga and bring the Ledger ecosystem and the Ledger security that goes along with it to Saga. So more on this very soon. We're actively working with the Solana Mobile team on that part. And last but not least, is all the things that I've told you about, this entire Ledger stack is entirely open. It's open source. You can build your own nano app to run on that secure element in our devices. You can integrate your protocol. You can integrate live apps on top of Ledger Live. And you can also integrate Ledger technology within your dApps. And this is also true for institutions. All that technology is available to you as well. So if you want to build, all the information is available online on developers.ledger.com. We welcome everyone, every project. Please reach out. It all starts on that website. We've got a Discord server, to help out, and we'll help you out in your developments. That's pretty much it for me. If you want to learn more, hit us up online. Follow our Twitter. You can hit me online as well. And I also hang around during the event. Feel free to grab me if you want to talk about building on Ledger, about Ledger Connect, or the Saga. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have something very special for you. One of the benefits of getting here early, on time, day 3, is you get to look at the goods before anyone sees something. So we have a presentation from Stripe, from FastAF, from Audius, from Solana Pay about how Stripe is working on Solana to build on-ramps into crypto for everyone. And guys, it's frickin' Stripe. It's a big deal. So without further ado, please give it up for Stripe and all these teams. Let's go.
Great to see you all. My name is Akash. I work in product at Stripe, specifically on the crypto team. Now, you're probably wondering what Stripe Crypto does or why the crypto team even exists. And to help answer that, you can kind of think of Stripe in one of 2 different ways. You can either think of Stripe as a payments company or as an API company that builds APIs to solve developers' hardest problems. Now, 10 years ago, when we were asking ourselves that question, one of the hardest problems developers faced was payments on the internet. And so for the last 10 years, we've been focusing on that and building solutions in that space. But when we apply that same first principles thinking to Web3 developers, we end up with slightly different answers. And so we started the Stripe Crypto team to help build tools for Web3 developers specifically. Now, we started this team about a year ago. This was the first conference we actually went to, and here we are a year later. In the last year, we've built solutions across the spectrum. We've built fiat solutions for Web3 companies, things to make ACH transfers, identity, and financial connections easier. We've built crypto as a currency products. A few months ago, we launched crypto payouts, which makes it easier for companies in one country to convert fiat assets to crypto assets in order to make international transfers easier, cheaper, and more efficient. And in the coming days, we're going to be announcing our first truly native Web3 developer tool product. Now, when I say Web3 developer tool, what I'm implying is that we're focusing on the problems that developers who are building native Web3 applications are facing. And one of the biggest problems that we've seen Web3 developers face is the difficulty in onboarding consumers to their platform services and products. Now, the biggest problem is that non-crypto native consumers have a hard time understanding the technical complexity around wallets, message signing, transactions, hashes, et cetera, and it gets in the way of them using particularly valuable consumer-oriented products. And so in the coming few days, we're going to be announcing one of our solutions to help make part of this problem a little bit easier, our fiat to crypto on-ramp. Now, I want to tell you about what makes our fiat to crypto on-ramp particularly valuable and useful, but I think it would be easier to show you utilizing one of our 15 launch partners, specifically Audius.
And yeah, excited to be here too. So just introducing Audius quickly. We're a music community and discovery platform that puts the artist in control. Do that by being fully decentralized, owned and operated by the community that it serves, and serving today about 7 million fans on a monthly basis, over 250,000 artists, and hosting over 1 million tracks. As an artist here, you can build a fan base, engage them, share cool content with them, as you can see up here. And as a fan on Audius, you can discover cool content, and you can also go tip your favorite artists, which we're excited to get to show you a little bit more of today.
And so I'm a particularly huge fan of Audius itself, and so I want to tip Audius using their native audio token. Now, if I want to get the audio token, I, as a crypto native consumer, know that I can go to Radium or Uniswap and swap ETH or Solana for the asset. But as a non-native crypto consumer, that confuses the heck out of me. And another great thing about Audius is that they give me a wallet when I sign up for the platform. And I want to just have audio in that wallet. And so I see this button here that says, buy more audio. And I see an option to buy using Link by Stripe. I want to tip them a ton because I'm a huge fan of the product. So I'm going to go ahead and try and tip 50. And so now what Audio is doing here is it's going to quote me exactly what I need to buy the SOL, which will then automatically be swapped for the audio token and deposited to my Audius wallet in the application itself. And so barring Wi-Fi or barring internet lag. So what's happened here is that it's pre-populated what I need to buy, how much of it I need to buy, and the cost associated with it, and the token that I'm going to be buying. I, as a consumer, don't need to pick any of these things. Audius did it all for me, and the parameters they used to instantiate the product in the first place. Now, we utilize a lot of the infrastructure that we have at Stripe to make this experience as easy as possible for consumers. So when I use the on-ramp, I don't have to type much at all. I can just log in using WebAuthn. And it authenticates me, both for security purposes and for me as a consumer. It's the most convenient way for me to just continue with the onboarding flow of the product. Now, when depositing assets, I normally need a wallet. But like I mentioned, Audius gives me a wallet, and Audius pre-populated that for me. It tells me why this wallet's being shown here, but it doesn't. As a consumer, I don't need to, nor do I want to, have to deal with the complexity of changing this. So I'm going to go ahead and use this wallet. I have a payment method saved in Link by Stripe, so I'm going to go ahead and review my order. And I'm going to go ahead and just pay. And it's as simple as that. So the important thing to call out here is that the on-ramp is an embedded part of what we're seeing in the Audius audio flow. I'm not being asked to go to a different product on a different site. We're going to review the order. Live demos are always really fun. But the important thing is that I'm not being asked to change websites, go to a different domain, and engage in a completely separate, disparate transaction. I'm able to do everything on the site itself. And that is what makes this particularly useful as a consumer who is less experienced with the space. And once the payment goes through, again, we're going to see if it's going to let me here, given the Wi-Fi issues. Okay, let me try and changing the methods here. So the nice thing is that we have multiple methods saved, and so it should be easier to use a number of different ways to pay for the product. The point being, though, so I've tested this transaction multiple times backstage, and so we've seen that it does work. I think it's just a Wi-Fi issue right now, but that's an easy thing to blame. And so once this payment does go through, I'm able to see the past transactions in buying the audio token on a Block Explorer, like in this case specifically SoulScan. And so this is the wallet that Audius has spun up for me. And this is where you can see all my past transactions using the Stripe crypto on-ramp. Again, I didn't need to know my wallet address or anything around the complexity around depositing to a specific wallet in order to actually use the product. Audius did everything for me, pre-populated all the parameters and all the transaction details. All I had to do was pick which artist I wanted to tip on the audio platform. And so with that, we actually want to help introduce another one of our pilot partners, FastAF, specifically Lee and Vivian from FastAF, who are going to come and talk about how FastAF is taking advantage of the Stripe on-ramp to build a better and more palatable experience for consumers who are non-crypto native.
Hello and good morning. My name is Lena Tinka, and I'm the CEO and founder of FastAF. At FastAF, we believe that profound change happens when you provide access to something. It could be economic, physical, social, and our mission at FastAF has been to enable merchants access to a distributed network of micro-fulfillment centers that enable 2-hour delivery. So, our first customer at FastAF was Nike. We enabled Nike to have 2-hour delivery on Nike.com. And I know what you're all wondering. What does the AF stand for? Well, actually, it came out of a brainstorm session with Nike when we wanted to create fast Air Force Ones. And so that's where the name came from. But beyond that, our mission is to enable every single merchant to have access to this distributed network of micro-fulfillment centers. And so now we have thousands of products from hundreds of merchants available in minutes. But we started to ask ourselves a question, and we started to say, is the access we're providing the most important thing to merchants today? And when we spoke to merchants, in fact, the things they told us was the things that matter most are payments and customer acquisition. And so we codified this. And the 3 things that we've thought about were time, type, and tolls. So on the payment side of things, with credit cards, it takes 3 to 5 days for credit card processors to get a merchant their dollars. That's the most important thing to them. These are localized currencies, and there's a bunch of interchange fees. On the customer acquisition side, most merchants use Instagram ads to acquire customers. These are low LTV customers. They don't stick around for long, okay? And Instagram, they need to reinvent their ad model. So if you're wondering why they're launching NFTs, that's why. And as a merchant, you have to pay a fee, which is the CAC for the ads. So we started to get to know the Solana guys. Most of you who are out here today have been a part of our journey. And a lot of what we've thought about is, well, payments and customer acquisition can be solved with crypto and NFTs. And on the payment side, it's because there's no interchange fees. All there is the gas fees. Literally, it's 300,000ths of a penny for us to process payments on blockchain. On the customer acquisition side, NFTs have completely flipped customer acquisition on its head because you buy an NFT before there's even any utility beyond just a PFP. So with that, this isn't a new phenomenon. American Express has been around for 170 years, and in fact, they started off as a delivery company. But why most people have it is for the rewards, the loyalty, and yes, to pay over time. And so what we're doing here is thinking about NFTs as credit cards. And that's our long-term vision. Today, you're going to see our announcement around how we think about NFTs as rewards, access tokens, and creating loyalty. But eventually, our goal is to replace these guys. So 3 announcements today. 1, we're reinventing customer engagement. On FastAF, every single merchant starting tomorrow will be able to launch an NFT and create exclusive products that their holders can access. The second announcement is we're bringing real utility to life for NFTs. So you and I both have an NFT that's a PFP, but we think about NFTs as file types, as discounts, as coupons, as reward and access tokens. And you'll see that in a moment of how that enables a customer, because there's an NFT in their wallet, which is integrated in FastAF, how they can get that discount without even having to do anything. And the last and biggest announcement that we're making today is we are transforming a new era of payments with Link, built by Stripe, on Solana. So here is where Akash and team just showed you how with just 2 taps, once a user has KYC'd across the network, a user can pay with crypto and not even know that they're actually doing it. And so let's talk about why Solana. Well, the speed, the low gas fees, and the future promise of reliability. So for us, Solana has been a part of our journey, and that's one part. The second part is Stripe. Stripe, we have really thought about how do we enable Web3 for non-crypto natives? And their fiat on-ramp does that. And so we're pretty excited, and I'd love to have you welcome our head of engineering, who graduated high school at 15 and graduated college at 19, Vivian Dow.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vivian Dow. Now you're thinking, does that stand for Decentralized Autonomous Organization and also mean I have the coolest last name in this room? Perhaps. I am the head of engineering here at FastAF Technologies. When we first launched FastAF back in September 2020, our legacy e-commerce infrastructure was completely operating on Web 2 frameworks. Since then, I became fascinated with how to leverage blockchain technology to bring a new marketplace experience in front of users. I ran my engineering team through rigorous daily sprints, mini hackathons, and crash courses so that we can become fully equipped to build on the Solana blockchain. It was quite easy to get lost in the maze of new library upgrades week after week, learning new token metadata language and backwards incompatible changes, learning how to handle that, and endlessly running into obscure minting errors. Nonetheless, we took a step back to understand what was the root issue that we're building for. The fundamental mission that drives our day-to-day engineering decisions was understanding how we can build for a performant, seamless, and elegant consumer experience. Before we dive deeper into the technicalities, I'd love to showcase a preview of what we've been heads down building for the past few months. All right, here we present a unified experience in which we've integrated a Solana-based embedded wallet and introduced on-chain experiences into our marketplace. This now brought a new challenge that we had to solve for on a technical level. We're now processing an extra layer of on-chain validation with every single order transaction from a customer. Performance, scaling, and handling high throughput rates was critical when building our end-to-end architecture. So let's take another dive into how we solved for this. Our NFT infrastructure, the distribution and minting of NFTs, all of that logic is hosted in a separate Node.js microservice, which acts as a direct proxy for our backend systems to make direct calls to the blockchain. From there, we're leveraging libraries like Metaplex to store all of our token metadata permanently on-chain, and that also serves as the backbone for tokenizing our exclusive experiences and promotions. Our chosen RPC node provider is QuickNode. It contains pre-made fetching and indexing and caching layers to make the entire experience performant. Up next is the actual powering exclusive experiences and how we bring utility benefits to life. We're leveraging libraries like Web3.js and our own custom NFT lock structure in order to interact with these minted NFTs on an application layer. Fundamentally, every single consumer needs to have their own crypto wallet to view, receive, and own these NFTs that they're redeeming. Our chosen wallet provisioner is magic.link. It enables users to automatically generate a crypto address and a key pair with just a phone number in a matter of seconds. Last but not least, our newest feature with crypto payments. We are now enabling users to instantly check out our app with USDC. We are so excited to be the first ever pilot partner with Stripe's newest product, OnRamp. This is going to power the front of house experience for users to instantly convert their fiat US dollars into crypto and add funds to their crypto wallet. These three experiences are just the beginning of how we begin to see and build for crypto commerce infrastructure. Now, let's go use it. We're officially launching live tomorrow as the first ever iOS mobile application where you can pay for physical goods with crypto natively in-app. Thank you. I'm going to give everyone a few seconds to scan this QR code, come join us on the App Store, and see how we begin to build and start the journey of a crypto-powered consumer experience. To celebrate, we're giving everyone 10% off their first order paid in crypto on our app. This is only the start of a new era. We want to build for a world where every merchant has the infrastructure available to power their marketplaces with blockchain technology and embrace the adoption of crypto payments. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time today. It's been a great honor sharing how Solana has played a pivotal role in bringing a new level of experiences and innovations to our application. Thank you. I'd love to now invite Shiraz, who's the head of payments here at Solana Labs, to host a mini Q&A session.
We are going to do a rapid fire panel in the last 5 minutes. Fast AF panel. Fast AF panel.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so let's go. Let me start with Akash at Stripe. It seems like everyone under the sun is launching on-ramps. My Uber driver yesterday was like, hey, I'm launching an on-ramp on Solana. So why are you guys doing this, and what is going to make Stripe's offering differentiated?
No, that's a great question. So one of the things that I mentioned earlier was that we're focusing on products that are trying to make the consumer experience significantly easier.
Oh.
Significantly easier, can you hear me?
Just put it closer to your mouth.
Consumers who are less familiar with crypto-native primitives. And so the on-ramp that you saw, it lets developers like Audius or FastAF pre-populate everything from wallets to amounts to transaction details, and it makes it considerably easier for a consumer who has no idea what's going on when buying assets to just engage with the Web3 products of choice. And we've seen feedback from developers that the existing solutions, which take you to a different website, force you to do a disparate transaction, and force you to understand how wallets work, simply doesn't solve the onboarding problem. What you want is an experience that's embedded in the application itself at the point of highest intention and leads to as little drop-off from consumers as possible. And like what you guys saw is a bit of a secret, but we're launching with 15 partners who are all focused on making the consumer experience easier. You guys heard from Backpack a couple days ago. They are hugely forward in the space and making it easier to use all kinds of dApps in a single place. They're also using the Stripe on-ramp, and that's the kind of product that we're gearing the on-ramp build towards, and that's what we're excited about in
Awesome.
coming days.
So consumer experience, that's a good segue. So for Lee and Ronil, I think one of the very cool things that we saw is you guys have an experience with self-custodial assets, but is it very Web2 friendly? So question is, how does seamless on-ramp kind of play into that UX, and how is kind of Stripe helping out in that experience? Because my first experience with digital assets was kind of the degen, like seed phrase, all this sort of stuff. But you guys have taken that away.
Yeah, with FastAF, you sign up just using a phone number, and with Magic, you do the same thing, but it creates a wallet for you. So we don't come from the crypto world. We come from a world of creating products for consumers, and so we wanted to make it so they didn't even realize they were creating a wallet. They don't need this seed phrase, and so that's kind of how we think about it. For us, we don't want people to know, hey, this is crypto. We just want them to get the benefits of crypto.
Ronil?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. So I think building Audius started from first principles and tried to say, how can we build a user experience that is welcoming, accommodating to users of all different backgrounds and understandings and expertise. I think that's what's helped us grow to the size that we are now in terms of usage. But first and foremost for us, I think that started with educating users only on what they need to know to be able to get the benefits that decentralization can provide. And you don't need to manage a seed phrase and go through all these cumbersome steps to be able to get the benefits that self-sovereign, decentralized tools can provide you. The Stripe on-ramp was really key to that here for us because you can now end-to-end load value into your wallet, spend in the Audius experience without ever touching any crypto address yourself, right? There's no copy and paste. There's none of that, right? You just get to click top up and you're good. You can go along about your day in the same way that you would expect to in any traditional Web 2 experience. All of that with a self-custodied wallet backing it.
I think a good thing to add here is on the merchant side, it's super important as well. And I think, why don't you talk about, like, what are we doing to enable merchants to accept crypto but never actually hold the crypto?
Right. So we'll be partnering with Circles, new payments intense API. It essentially allows merchants to accept crypto on their platform, but then it sends the funds to an omnibus wallet account. And then from there, it can instantly send and process as an ACH payout to the merchant's account itself.
Awesome.
So,
30 seconds. So big problem with UX and on-ramps is decline rates, especially with credit cards. Is there something Stripe can do, some secret sauce to like make that better?
Yeah, no, we're acutely aware of that being one of the biggest problems that people are seeing right now. Like, I mean, it's very painful if a consumer gets through your entire experience and then gets declined at the last minute. We're working with networks, issuers, all sorts of partners in the Stripe ecosystem to make sure that we can solve this problem. Generally, with the high-level goal being like optimized conversion. Right? If you're using the Stripe on-ramp, we want to make sure that it means that your product has the highest conversion possible when forcing an on-ramp flow.
Awesome. Guys, this is awesome. We're bullish on payments as the killer use case, so really excited to see this stuff coming online. So thanks, everyone.
yeah.
Thank you.
I am stoked for our next presentation by the founder of HiveMapper. And I was talking to him backstage and heard his story. He's been in mapping since 2006, so literally back to the days where I remember having to print out maps when I wanted to go somewhere and travel. And so we've come so far, and he's been thinking about these problems for such a long time. He knows what he's going for, and he has come to the conclusion, independent of anything else, that Web3 is the way to go for solving such a big mapping problem. So I am pumped for you all to hear what he has to say and what the future looks like for HiveMapper, because it's going to be a big year in 2023. So everyone, please give a big round of applause for Ariel Seidman.
Well, thank you guys. This is my second Breakpoint, so it's an amazing experience. Looking forward to next year's already. So I'm here to tell you a little bit about HiveMapper, give you kind of an inside look of what it took us to get to this point. But before I do that, make sure everybody knows a little bit about HiveMapper and what it is and how it works. So this is a dash cam. It's a dash cam that looks and smells like a lot of other dash cams that you may have seen if you're in an Uber car or a Lyft car. But it does two very, very special things. So the first thing that it does is it actually collects imagery that forms the basis of this decentralized global map that we're building together. Okay? So all of that imagery, all of that location data that is coming off that dash cam is ultimately making it up to HiveMapper, where we're building this global map. The second thing that it does, it actually mines crypto, and it mines honey tokens, which is the cryptocurrency of HiveMapper. Okay, all you need is that dash cam that we just saw over there, plus an app that runs on iOS or Android. Those two things seamlessly talk to one another to help build this map. And so ultimately, you get rewarded for doing something that you do every single day, which is drive, or many of you do every single day, which is drive. So we're not asking people to go out there and drive for the purposes of mapping for HiveMapper. We actually discourage it. We do not want to put additional cars on the road, but if you happen to be an Uber driver, Lyft driver, if you're just going to, to work or to a soccer game or wherever you need to go, this is going to reward you for doing something that you're already doing. And so what do you earn? You earn honey tokens. And so the really cool part about this is that it's now live. So you can be mapping anywhere in the entire world and earning honey tokens with a HiveMapper dashcam. So what's awesome is that we actually just went live, I think it was one day before Breakpoint, so it's been quite a hectic week. So I want to give you guys a little bit of insight into kind of what it took us to get here. So last year I mentioned it was my first year at Breakpoint. So for the past year, we've kind of gone heads down and have been building the HiveMapper dashcam and this decentralized global map. So we've tested over 200 of these devices in about 10 countries. All of these devices have racked up about 28,000 road kilometers all over the world in places that are really hot, like Las Vegas, to Manila, to Lagos, Nigeria. So we've really ensured that we're testing this device very thoroughly in many, many different parts of the world. The longest drive that we've done is about 8 hours. So somebody drew it from San Francisco, where we're based, all the way down to San Diego. All right, so we've been taking pre-orders for the dash cam since April, when we kind of came out of hiding. And so there's about 6,000 pre-orders that we're now in the process of fulfilling. People have ordered these dash cams from over 66 countries in roughly 2,100 cities. You can go buy one today. And when you buy one, we'll hopefully start to ship them. Well, we're shipping them out every single week now. So if you buy one today, you'll probably get it by the end of December. OK, so when we built this dash cam, we obviously were building a dash cam for the purposes of mapping. And we wanted to make sure that the device was actually supporting the 3 key priorities of the map: coverage, freshness, and map quality. I'm going to take you through how the dash cam actually supports those 3 major priorities. So this is an image taken in rural Pennsylvania. On the right-hand side is the image from HiveMapper. On the left-hand side is the image from Google Street View. The cars are in the exact same position, OK? And what you're going to see in the next slide is there is a sign up to the right of that. And here's what you see from HiveMapper. And here's what you see on the left-hand side from Google Street View. Why is this important? It's important because if you can't see stuff, then you can't map it, right? And so we wanted to make sure that the camera that we're building was able to see all these little details that are around us every single day: parking restrictions, the name of a business, the hours of operation in a business, the speed limit sign, even if the car that the dash cam was mounted in was at a significant distance from all these little signs. The next thing we need to make sure was that when a dash cam said that it was actually at a very specific location, that we could trust that it was at that location, right? If we don't know that the car is, let's say, 19th and Broadway, but it actually turns out to be it's at 20th and Broadway, those are 2 very different things, right? Or even if it's in between 19th and 20th, those are 2 very, very different things. So the positional accuracy, which basically means is like, do we trust the location of the dash cam, is less than 3 meters. And it maintains that for about over 80% of the drive, which is quite good. OK, so where does HiveMapper's cost advantage come from? Many of you probably seen a Google Street View car. Each of those Google Street View cars is roughly $500,000 all in. OK, a Google HiveMapper dash cam is on average about $500. So what does that mean? For $500 million, we can have 1 million dash cams all over the world, whereas Google, for a $500 million investment, only has about 1,000 Google Street View cars. So what does that mean is that we're able to see locations much, much more frequently, right? So over a course of, like, on average, Google Street View car probably sees a location once every 2 years. HiveMapper is able to see that 24 times. So not only are we getting fresher data, but we're also getting higher quality data. So here's another image of Google Street View that happened to see this location when it was dark out, right, or the lighting wasn't good. So that's the image that they have, and they're stuck with that image for the next 2 years. OK, if we collected a bad image because the lighting was bad one day, that's OK. We're going to see that location another 2 weeks or another week, and we have another shot on goal, right? So the team that usually gets more shots on goal usually wins, and we just get a lot more shots on goal. Here's kind of a better image of that same location. OK, so I think yesterday we saw a little bit about Helium and how they're building out this massive IoT network, which is really cool. We use Helium, and we use Helium to verify the location of all of these different dash cams. We understand that there will be spoofers, or people who will attempt to spoof, and it's very, very important to us to ensure that we thwart all of these potential spoofers. And so we use kind of multiple layers to do that. One of those layers, which is a very important layer, is embedded inside of the HiveMapper dashcam, is support for the Helium network. So we've been at HiveMapper for a while, and I want to share with you a little bit about 2 different case studies of before we had the HiveMapper dashcam, we were using a third-party dashcam. So this is ultimately what customers really care about, right? They want to know how much coverage we have in a specific region. They want to know what is our refresh rate. So in Manila, for about 6 months, where we had a whole bunch of drivers driving around contributing to the map, we got to about 99% coverage, sorry, 95% coverage, and this is the really cool part, 75% of the Manila region was refreshing every single month, okay? Manila is relatively small. It's about, I think, 11,000 road kilometers. So we want to make sure that it worked in a much, much bigger region. Here's Los Angeles. Los Angeles is massive. It's about 100,000 road kilometers. We got to a point where we got about 56% coverage in 6 months, and we were refreshing roughly 30% of LA region on a monthly basis, which is also really good. So when customers are looking at this is what they're asking for, and this is why they're buying. So I'm going to share with you a short video here.
Hive Mapper? Hive, like the beehive. It is a decentralized mapping network. And I'm like a wee worker bee, helping to build a big global map just by driving, and they pay me in crypto.
Wait, did you say you get paid in crypto?
You get tokens just for contributing your mapping data.
What crypto do you earn?
Honey.
Oh, Hive, honey, bee, sick.
And it's so easy to use. All you have to do is place the Hive Mapper dash cam in your car. It automatically uploads street-level images via the Hive Mapper app. And then the app deposits honey cryptocurrency into your account.
Just for doing something you do every day?
Nah, that seems
too good to be true.
Well, they said the same thing about sliced bread back in the day, but it was true. And it's the same for Hive Mapper.
So a little bit about that ad that's running all over in many, many, many different regions of the world. It's really important that we don't just talk to folks within the crypto community or folks within the mapping community, but we extend beyond that, right? There are so many people like Uber drivers and FedEx drivers and Lyft drivers and folks like even like this lady who's driving that we need to be able to talk to, and we need to be able to talk to in very simple and plain language, right? You start talking about crypto and mapping stuff, they're not interested, right? And so it's how do you really talk to the things that are interesting to them and are motivating in very simple language. And so that's one of the things that we're going to do. All right, the Hive Mapper dashcam, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the capabilities in here from a customer perspective and a contributor perspective, and then we're done. Okay, a lot of people say to us, why'd you guys build a dash cam? Why can't you just use an iPhone or an Android device? Well, that may be okay from a contributor perspective, although I think there's some issues that I'm going to share with you in a moment. But from a customer perspective, that's a big problem. And the reason that's a big problem from a customer perspective is because they need data consistency, right? If we were to support Android, think about all the different types of cameras that are supported on Android. Even iPhone now, there's like, 13, 14 different iPhone versions out there. There's so many different camera resolutions, camera size, image sizes, and so forth, that from a customer perspective, that's a nightmare. And so the Hive Mapper dashcam and all those that will follow will have a very standardized image quality, resolution, color balance, so that the customer, which is ultimately what really matters here, is getting that data consistency that they so crave. The other thing is, if you ever tried to mount an iPhone or an Android into your car, well, first of all, most people want to use your Android or iPhone device while they're driving, right, for mapping and navigation, to listen to music, take calls, and so forth. They don't want it mounted right below their rear view mirror, like you see over here. And so the dash cam is really designed to be something that you can mount in about 10 minutes and then just forget about it, right? Like, it has to like ultimately become entirely passive. And so we said to ourselves, how do we build a dash cam that you could just mount it once and you just forget about it? And the other cool thing is that the data from a data upload perspective is entirely passive. So the way this works is all the dash cam imagery location data gets moved to your iOS device or your Android device. And then when you connect to Wi-Fi at home or the office, it will automatically upload it. So it's kind of like, if you have like Google Photos upload, it'll just automatically upload the data for you at night or in the middle of the day. OK, the last part here that I want to leave you with is privacy. This is really important to me personally. I do not want to create a global location surveillance system. And so when we think about privacy, we think about privacy from the perspective of the contributors, but also everybody else, right? This dash cam is taking pictures in the real world. If you happen to be walking by, we will automatically blur your face. I want to ultimately go further and just blur your entire body or remove the entire body from the images. Okay, so that's number one. Number two is we also think about it from the contributor's perspective, right? If there's 1 million people out there mapping, we don't want to know who these 1 million people are. And the reason for that is because if somebody comes to us from a government is maybe not super friendly, says, who's that person who's mapping? I want to be able to say with a straight face, we don't know who that is. So we don't want any personal information from the people who are contributing. So all the usernames that are being generated in HiveMapper are anonymous. And all the GPS data that's actually being collected is fully encrypted. And so this is really important. If you start to rethink the process of building maps and you say to yourself, how do you do that from a very, very privacy-centric, you start to build the map in a very, very different way than I think it's historically done by Google and others. So thank you guys so much. This has been wonderful. Appreciate your time. Have a great rest of the Breakpoint.
Our next conversation is with Marina from Neon Labs and Courtney from Solana Labs. And they're going to answer a really important question, which is, when Neon on mainnet? So please give it up for Marina and Courtney.
Alrighty. Hi, everybody. My name is Courtney. I am with Solana Foundation. I am an ecosystem engineer. And would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself, even though you need no introduction, Marina?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. I'm Marina Gurieva. I'm running Neon Labs, which stands behind the Neon EVM.
Great. OK, so I think the question that everybody here has, you were here last year, right? And what have you been working on in the past year?
Yeah, that's the main question and the most frequent one. And we've been focusing a lot on development, basically. For the last 12 months, we have done a lot in terms of development. You can see here on the slide the number of code lines that were changed, more than 650,000. And we ran more than 4,000 tests on our software, so in order to ensure that each and every product of ours is safe for usage. And we also did integrations. So I talked last year here about integrations, how important they are for the Ethereum dApps, and we did manage to accomplish those with the graph, for example, on Neon Scan or Wormhole. And we also beta tested Ethereum dApps, and it was a very crucial part for us. So we launched Neon EVM on Solana DevNet in April, and we did beta testing during summer, and we picked up different Ethereum dApps from different categories in order to check that all of them can be deployed easily and safely on Neon. And the result that we have right now, they're very satisfactory. So each and every dApp can be deployed on Neon. So, and we definitely ran a lot of security audits. Yeah. So it's like the paramount thing for each and every product. And we've been working with great audit companies, and we did 8 audits. The results are on our GitHub, so you can check, you can learn a lot from them, but like we're satisfied with the results right now. We also build our community, so we have more than 60,000 people joining us, and we are more than happy to have them, because like we do understand that the future of Neon depends a lot on community, and we love them because we've been building for the last 12 months, but they were together with us, waiting patiently for us to go live to Solana mainnet. So that's something. And we also had a lot of conversations with different Ethereum dApps ready to go to Solana by Neon. And so we have all of them in our pipeline.
That is so exciting. I come from the Ethereum world, so building from EVM to Solana, and I've even used Neon. I deployed a dApp using Neon, and it was so easy, so seamless. Deployed, I was like, wow, this is it? Like, I did it? Like, this is great. But okay, so what challenges did you come across in the process?
Okay, a lot. So we have a very talented engineering team, but like even for us, it was a bit too hard, I would say so, because like you should understand Ethereum differs totally from Solana. It's like you took two different like galaxies and you compare them, and this is like how we see Ethereum ecosystem and Solana ecosystem understanding both of them quite well. So here you can see some of the challenges that we resolved successfully. I would love to mention one of those, and this is the number of accounts that can be packed into one Solana transaction. So when the partners of ours started testing a fork of Aave in summer, so they ran into a huge issue. Our deposit functionality needed more than 100 Solana accounts to be packed into one Solana transaction. And you might know that the standard limit for Solana was in summer 32, and they had just implemented V2 Solana transaction functionality, which allows now to put 64 Solana accounts into one Solana transaction. And so what we did a lot of optimizations. Basically, we enabled support of Solana functionality, and then we also managed to pack more Ethereum contract cells into one Solana account. And thus, we reduced the number of Solana accounts needed for deposit functionality of Aave to 58 accounts. So now we can, this functionality can be run easily on Solana mainnet. So, and we are very happy that Solana just shift this V2 functionality to mainnet after our kindly request.
Yeah. That's great. Okay, so the next question. What have you built? Can you share some of these stats with us?
Yeah, for sure. This is how our product looks like. So it's not just a single EVM contract, which is a Solana dApp, essentially. We also have proxy server that wraps Ethereum-like transactions, Neon transactions, into Solana transactions. Because Solana doesn't deal with Neon transactions. It deals with standard Solana transactions, in which inside we have Neon transactions packed. So we also have a very nice thing, tracing API, which is needed for the graph node, and which we built in order to enable the functionality of the graph. And we also have what we call Neon Pass in order to enable the transfer of the tokens that are breached to Solana by wormhole to Neon EVM. So basically, they are moved to special program-derived addresses that can't be used by Neon EVM itself. So, and then we have Neon Faucet. So those of you who want to deploy something on Neon, you will first go to Solana DevNet, and then you will use Neon Faucet in order to get some Neon tokens and other ERC20 tokens, whatever you need. And then we have Neon DAO. So basically what we want to have, we want to enable community to be the governing body of the Neon ecosystem from the very beginning. And so we built the whole product for this Neon DAO.
That's so great. Sorry, go ahead.
No. It's like it's your, because on the slide you can see also the number of TPS and the cost per transactions, and we are very, very proud about these numbers, because you might know that currently on Solana there are 4 concurrent streams for execution of transactions, and so we ran performance tests using like the same functionality, and we got 2,000 TPS. And this is huge. Those of you who know the maximum number for Ethereum, I assume you know.
I don't know off the top of my head. It's not very high.
115.
No, really?
Yes.
Dang, okay.
And like this is what we have on Solana, but it's thanks to Solana, definitely. And the cost, so in dollar terms, it's something 0.05 cents, I believe, something like this, the number that we have here in terms of gas fees.
That is crazy. So tell me more about the team that built Neon.
Oh, so I'm very proud about our team. So we grew significantly. So we have 46 amazing individuals, I would say. So most of them are engineers, and so they're very talented engineers, and they're based in 16, I believe, countries. So you can see the flags here. So they're just based across the globe. And we also have a lot of partners, tech partners mainly, and auditing companies, tech auditing companies. Those I love especially.
I love it. And tell me more about the ecosystem that you guys are creating.
Yeah, here on the slide you can see some of the logos of those products that have been, of those teams maybe, or products, but I should say, that are tested on Neon DevNet, so, and with whom we would love to go to mainnet.
Nice. All right. So I'm pretty sure the next slide is the one that everybody has been waiting on. Neon on mainnet. When is it coming?
The 12th of December this year. So
yes, let's go. Okay, I'm excited for this. Yes.
Yeah, I do believe that the foundation will launch this in this December, and we will see Neon on Solana mainnet finally.
Oh, that is so exciting. My screen just froze, so give me just a second. We'll go ahead and hop to the next slide. So what's next for Neon?
More engineering work, I would say so, but our engineers have already started working on this, on interoperability. Basically, what we want to have at the end is the smooth communication between Ethereum dApps deployed on Neon and Solana programs, and vice versa. So basically, we want users to move between 2 ecosystems, all like natively, easily. And this is a very tricky engineering task, I would say so. But then this is something that we're excited about as an engineers. And so basically, this is what we will have next year.
Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Okay. So I believe this next one is how to build. So if a developer like myself, any other developers that are out here are like interested, how does it work? How can they get involved?
Easily. So you join our Discord channel, so you message to our BizDev guys, and James is here, and Nick is here, so, and then like you're a part of our team almost. So we will start talking to you, and so we will help you. We have all the docs available, so, and the engineers are available for answers to any of your questions as well.
Okay, great. I believe that is all the questions that we have. So thank you very much. Did you have anything else that you would like to share?
Not exactly. I just want to invite everybody to start using Neon, because if you are thinking about what is the best time for this, the best time is now.
It is, and it's very easy to use. Like I mentioned earlier, I was able to spin up a dApp that I already had built on EVM chains and deploy it on Remix using Neon, and it was immediate. I was like, oh, this is it. I was able to use your guys' scanner in order to find the ID, in order to find it on SoulScan. It was so seamless, and your docs are amazing. So also, please check out the docs too. You can find everything that you need within the Neon docs as well. But thank you so much for your time here today. So
Yeah, thanks a lot, Courtney.
Our next speaker is going to talk about a topic that's very near and dear to my heart, which is regulation. He's from Wire, which builds the regulatory stack for crypto. And if you think regulation isn't sexy, you're wrong. And he's going to tell you why. So please welcome Jamal Rais from Wire.
Glad to finally meet you guys. Appreciate you guys having me. Regulation is definitely sexy, so I'm glad to bring the sexiness to it for sure. But no, I appreciate you guys letting me speak. For those who don't know about Wire, Wire is one of the most regulatory crypto payments companies in the world. Started in 2012. We have about 10 million, 15 million different KYC registered users that use us for payments. Most notably known for being the fiat on-ramp in companies like MetaMask, Ledger, Crypto.com, other players like Live Nation, GameStop Wallet, etc. We're based in the US and have done over about $10 billion in payments over the last couple of years. We're really excited to launch our newest integrations with Solana. So that's actually why I'm here. Really excited to launch this out. A couple different new integration pieces in that, and I definitely want to walk you guys through it. Number one, we'll talk about kind of the payment stack a little bit more, but we have two main products here at Wire. Number one is the crypto checkout solution. So this is our primary fiat on-ramp. With 11 lines of code, you can add a full checkout solution where you can buy crypto with your debit card, credit card, ACH, soon to come PayPal, soon to come other payment methods that you can use like physical cash. That is the easiest solution to go live with crypto payments, and we definitely proliferate that out pretty heavily in the ecosystem. The part that I'm more excited about, and I think is more important, is our managed crypto as a service stack. So that's where we actually integrate multiple white-labeled payment methods and payment use cases into an API suite focused on developers. It's our mission, it's our vision that developers are the future of the crypto ecosystem. They're the ones that are going to usher in the next billion people into the crypto ecosystem, and we want to support that vision. We want to give them an incredible tool suite, an incredible stack that allows them not to have to worry about regulation, not have to worry about bank accounts, not have to worry about all these other payment mechanisms. We just provide that value so they can just hit that API and get payments done. So from a regulatory perspective, like I said, Wire's been founded in 2012. We've just spent a tremendous amount of time acquiring licenses. So in the US, we're a licensed money transmitter. We're a licensed money service business. We're regulated by FinCEN. We also have international licenses as well. So we work really heavily in Europe. We do virtual asset service providing in Europe. We actually, under an agent model, can work with an EMI license, if you guys know what that is. All of this really allows us to just accept crypto, accept fiat as a payment mechanism, hold crypto, hold fiat as a custody mechanism, and then off-ramp crypto or off-ramp fiat to multiple different wallets, to multiple different payment methods, all via API really seamlessly. Going through the stack a little bit more, there's three kind of major buckets of where we have. Number one, we have our on-ramp suite, and that's where we can take physical cash, bank account payments, credit card payments, Apple Pay payments, Google Pay payments, etc., all to be able to buy crypto either in a custodial setting or a non-custodial setting. And the cool part about this is that the developer itself doesn't have to worry about any of the licenses that are required. So licenses to exchange money, they don't have to worry about liquidity, they don't have to worry about connecting to these difficult fiat payment mechanisms, credit card processing, and then they don't have to deal with the risk, actually. So we're able to take on that fraud risk, absolve them of any chargeback liability, and actually deliver the asset without any risk to them. The middle suite, the middle area, is more of our custody suite and our KYC suite, and that's where we actually are able to hold assets on behalf of users. We're actually able to attach KYC to some of those wallets that we spin up, and then allow you to integrate those wallets directly into an app. So imagine if you're a game developer, imagine if you're an NFT marketplace, like our marketplace with Live Nation or something like that. We have the ability to take your crypto assets, integrate them directly into the app environment, and then allow you to use those crypto assets like you would a normal wallet without having to have that private key, that seed phrase. For us, that's one of the most important, most critical areas of the stack, because we're trying to obfuscate, we're trying to remove the friction that normal users or normies or people like my mom experience when they're trying to onboard into the crypto ecosystem or interact with some of these decentralized apps. The third suite is more about off-ramps and automating some of the money movement outside. So we have the ability, again, via API, to execute payouts directly on the blockchain. So if you want to directly send out Solana, if you directly want to send out USDC on Sol, directly want to send out KIN, you have the ability to just hit an API, directly deliver to maybe 1 million wallets, 1,000 wallets, or one wallet. You also have the ability within that same API call to execute a money transfer or a liquidation and actually deliver fiat as well. So walking through the integration a little bit more, we're launching on three major currencies. So number one, we have the Solana native token. So you'll be able to on-ramp, off-ramp, custody, spin up Solana wallets to be able to hold native Solana. You'll be able to do the same with USDC. And you'll be able to do the same with KIN, who's one of our largest partners that we're actually launching here with. KIN, for those who don't know, is one of the largest crypto ecosystems on the Solana ecosystem. They have 7 million token holders, and they roughly account for about 20% of Solana's transactions. So great launch partner for us. They have about 50 apps within the ecosystem, and the team's here running around, and will buy you more than a few drinks if you want to go hang out with them too. But anyway, really excited to launch with them. Really think they're a great partner. We're really excited about the Solana ecosystem, and we think that that part of the stack is more important than anything else. Walking through some of the integrations a little bit too. If you go into let's say like an NFT marketplace, we have quite a few areas of the stack that we can hit there. Number one, we can do all of the primary sale NFT marketplace transactions. So if you are the marketplace and you're dropping an NFT collection, we have the ability to purchase those NFTs either directly with fiat or with a variety of cryptos in the marketplace itself. We're also able to do the secondary marketplace transactions for all of those NFT purchases as well. And then there's a significant custodial stack where people want to hold NFTs, people want to hold digital assets directly in the app without having to connect their wallet, without having to go to an external app or do anything like that. We're able to provide that custodial infrastructure as well. And then obviously the payouts to all the different providers, whether you're selling an NFT, need to get paid, want to receive Ethereum, want to receive Solana, want to receive KIN, want to receive USDC or dollars or euros or whatever it is. We have the ability within one API call to execute some of those transactions as well. And really excited about some of those. Talking through some of the cool things that we're working on in the future, we actually just launched 2 new products that are really, really exciting. Number one, we have what's called our smart ramps. So smart ramps is the ability to directly on-ramp into a smart contract. So if you look at traditional on-ramps today, you have just the ability to take your debit card, credit card transaction, whatever, and just buy Solana, buy USDC, buy KIN, and directly deliver it to the wallet address. You then have to take your wallet, which involves like a seed phrase and all that other garbage, and then actually interact with a smart contract on that behalf, or on behalf of that user, which is really difficult to do. It's difficult to make that into like a streamlined experience. So what we've done is we actually have the ability to not only on-ramp into a crypto, but also provide a metadata layer where we're able to interact with the smart contract and execute that smart contract code exactly how it should be. So the really exciting thing about this is imagine you are on Uniswap, imagine you're on Aave, imagine you're on any one of these decentralized apps. Traditionally, you need a MetaMask wallet or a Phantom wallet or some other sort of wallet to be able to interact with that smart contract. We have the ability to take your fiat payment method and actually execute that smart contract transaction for you. So imagine staking in Uniswap or Radium or on Aave or whatever directly from your bank account. Or imagine staking or buying assets or buying an NFT from OpenSea directly with your debit card. So just basically linking or trying to remove the friction, connecting with more on-chain tools and on-chain deployment where we think the future is, and some of the traditional fiat methods where people are still living today. In addition to that, the last cool thing that I want to talk about is we just launched an integration with MoneyGram. So we actually have the ability to do physical cash pickups and disbursements in over 200,000 locations across the world. So we have the ability to take your native Solana that's held in your Phantom wallet or any other wallet or custodially held at Wire. You can take Sol, USDC, KIN, whatever, be able to hit a couple APIs, and then actually generate a reference code. And that reference code will be able to be redeemed, or you can take that to any sort of a MoneyGram location across 200,000 locations across the world in over 180 countries and actually pick up physical cash without needing a bank account, which is really, really cool. And kind of the vision that you're seeing there, the more important thing more than anything else is that we really want to link the developer community with all the normal traditional users that right now we think there's too much friction for. Developers are the future of the crypto ecosystem. They're going to usher in the next billion people into crypto. And Wire's mission is to empower those developers and give them the tools that they need to build all these cool functions and then basically enhance the financial revolution that we're part of without needing to have like licenses or regulatory stack or an AML team, a compliance team, lawyers, et cetera, also being, or instead having to connect some of the payment mechanisms, the credit card processing, bank payouts, et cetera, which cause a lot of problems for people. But really excited to announce that. Definitely excited to reach out and talk to people and talk more about Solana and see what we can do in the ecosystem. But yeah, big fans, and we'd love to work with you.
All right. I heard a little bit of a Jamal fan club in the back there. People were really excited for that regulatory stack. It's very sexy, I know. Our next panel answers, I think, a really important question, which is, we keep talking in the crypto universe about getting to 1 billion users. We have to scale. Can we actually do it? And how the heck are we going to get there? And I was chatting with these folks backstage. They all have incredibly different viewpoints on how to do it. We have someone thinking about social media, investing. We have STEPN coming out, thinking about how to get athletic with it. And then we have someone who's just thinking really hard about product and Web3 auth. And so I am pumped to hear this discussion because I think of anyone thinking about these problems, we have 5 of the people thinking about it the most probably in the world on stage right now. So please give it up for the Trace Commas well, it's Trace Commas when I think about it. The 3 Commas panel being moderated by Dana from the Solana Foundation. So please give it up.
So awesome to be here with you all. I'm Dana from Solana Foundation in University Relations. So obviously onboarding new users is very important to me. And I am super excited to be joined by these Gigabrains and OGs today. Andrew from Republic Crypto, Prakash from Chingari, Sinlin from Web3 Auth, and Trevor from STEPN. And we're going to jam about what it would look like to onboard 1 billion new users and if we can even do it. So I wanted to start by asking you guys to kind of introduce yourselves through your own Red Pill experience. Who onboarded you and what did that look like? Anybody want to take it first?
Yeah, so hi, nice to see you all here today. I'm Trevor. I work as head of business development for STEPN. And the first time I got involved with crypto was I bought 1 Bitcoin back in 2014. Fortunately, I didn't hold it too long. And then I was kind of in and out through some of like the bull and bear cycles since then.
Hi, my name is Sinlin. The first time I got into Web3 was when my friend introduced me about the existence of extension, which as a mainstream user, I would not know that existed. That's where I got my first wallet and never looked back then.
I'm Prakash. So my Red Pill kind of goes a very mixed way. So until 2015, I was like a medical doctor. So, but I wanted to double down on tech. Like, I wanted to be one-to-one, many than one-to-one. So it wasn't until 2019 that I could actually build products out of crypto. So that's when my initial Red Pill moment started. And later on in later 2020s, I think I found the non-EVMs a bit more really challenging to explore in R&D. And yeah, I think that's when my double learning on Solana architecture kind of began and before joining Chingari.
Hi, I'm Andrew Durkee. I'm head of Republic Crypto. I have a little different version, I think, than everyone else. I was red pilled by an engineering buddy of mine who read Satoshi's white paper in 2009, December 2009. He found it in an anti-government libertarian IRC chat. And by early February in 2010, we had a pretty aggressive mining operation running. So we were off to the races at that point.
That's wild. I mean, I discovered, we talked a bit backstage, obviously, and I found this out. One of the questions I was going to ask you all, and I am going to ask you, but is there one resource that you wish you had found earlier that would have changed the game in terms of your onboarding experience? And Andrew answered that with me. He's like, well, I started with the white paper. I'm like, oh. But if anybody else wants to jump in on something that has.
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, I was thinking of one resource that's been incredible and what has brought everybody here, meeting everybody at crypto conferences and networking events. So I was going to say one resource was probably networking events and like seeing and meeting people who are actually working in the industry. Like when I just like traded one Bitcoin and then I kind of got involved, or some tokens, is really abstract, and like I didn't know like who was behind the scenes, like why are people building in this industry and what's going on. So when I started really going to Solana hacker houses earlier this year, I was like, wow, there's some really incredible people building in crypto and in the industry as a whole.
Yep, so for me, I think it's more about also the community. That's why many DAOs exist, and people like reach out to the younger crowd from the university to onboard them. I think exposure and the community really helps to bring people on.
Yeah, and I think adding to Andrew's answer, I think it's hard to be more OG than that. But yeah, apart from that, I think for me, I would like to have seen more crypto conferences and hacker houses oriented. I think that's something Solana has done really well. So yeah, I think that kind of resource where you can learn from a very basic point of view, that's how you can encourage more builders to come to the scene as well.
Yeah. So let's get into something like a little deeper. 1 billion users. How are we going to do it? What's the app that's going to push it over? What is it? And if it happens, can we actually handle it?
Yeah, I can jump into that first. I mean, the reality is no one can handle a billion users. You can take all the existing blockchains across the board, and they wouldn't be able to handle 1 billion users a transaction. But I mean, I think the goal is about looking forward. And we, at least on the Republic Crypto side, we continually look at infrastructure. There's plenty of app products that are coming out that are proof of concept, that are kind of pushing the envelope forward. But if the infrastructure is not there from a custodial standpoint, from a legal standpoint, from a technology standpoint, it won't really matter. And I think that's really the opportunity in this room is who can continue to build the infrastructure that allows this thing to actually get to where it can handle 1 billion users.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to add to that. We were talking about this a little bit. Is even when stepping at when I started it, just playing like 30,000 daily active users was just the experience was incredibly different as soon as they started to ramp up to reaching like the peak of like 1 million daily active users. And I mean, like everything broke in the app. Like on the back end, I mean, on the front end, there were Web 2 infrastructure problems, right? Of scaling up like your AWS service or handling throughput for just all the runs. But there are also major Web 3 infrastructure demands that we were not ready for, right? Like handling all of the token swaps from our custodial wallet to non-custodial wallet, and it would have delays. People would be submitting thousands of customer service tickets a day. It was madness.
Yeah, I mean, Shigari's got 30 million plus active users at this point, right? So they're one of the larger, especially on the Solana ecosystem, and you can even talk about how difficult it is to manage that.
Of course, yeah. I think to add on to that, so when I joined, we had around 200K active on-chain users. So right now, it's close to like 1.4 million wallets activated. So there's at least at one point of time they onboarded with an on-chain element. I think that's the biggest success stories. We can say that. But I think the answer to the previous question is also that I think we need to also think about the ideal way to onboarding is having like a Web 2 front end and a crypto backend. So the users should not even be bothered about what blockchain they're on. And I think that's the key to kind of making very frictionless as much as possible.
Yeah, that makes me think, like, what's the difference between onboarding Web 2 and Web 3? What's the difference? I guess, Sinlin, you're like really in the design kind of some of these things. So if you want to jump in on that.
Yep, so based on what the three gentlemen mentioned just now, it's a good summary of like, we often think that users are not ready for Web3, but actually Web3 might not be ready for users based on infrastructure or design. And the differences between onboarding Web 2 users and Web 3 users is Web 3 users, they're all about like simplicity, everything within one click. Web 3 users, they're more privacy, data, security focused. Then you got to ensure that, hey, this is secure. You got to give them the trust. So it's all about simplicity for Web 2 and then trust for Web 3 users.
Awesome. So how much do we actually know about the users that we're onboarding? And how much do we want to know? And I have another, well, what do we want them to do once they're onboarded?
Exactly, because everyone talks about onboarding the next billion users, but exactly who are these billion users? Are they the existing ones? They're on, for example, the platforms that they're already using? Or are they the underserved, the unbanked, that could benefit from Web3? This is a question that founders or app developers have to find out and match and better meet the goals of their users to scale.
I think GameFi is probably an area where you're going to see it the most. It's like one of the more like retail, easily translatable pieces. And we're probably most likely in Asia, almost certainly. I was at Korea Blockchain this past year, and I mean, you're talking about an entire nation that's already pretty much desensitized to the onboarding process into digital assets, even outside of crypto, just the regular existence. So there's a huge opportunity there. And with the recent kind of fall down of like Terra Luna, which really kind of ran Korea and kind of held it out for the rest of the protocols. Now there's a huge opportunity for the protocols to other protocols to enter that space. And all these GameFi projects are trying to find places where they can land. Where other areas too, where the jurisdictions legally are a lot more difficult to onboard. Like the US is very, very, very difficult to onboard for GameFi. Where Korea is becoming more and more open to that, not only from a legal jurisdiction standpoint, but all the other components of it. So, I really would be looking to Asia as the first place we're going to see like a mass adoption. I think GameFi is, again, something that's very tangible. You can abscond the blockchain layer relatively easily, I think, in gaming as well. So there's a lot of opportunity there. If you guys didn't have an opportunity to go to the Games Day here on Friday, it was unbelievable.
Super fun, super lit. That's the energy, just amazing. It's like community.
A billion users has to come from the retail side, right? Like Republic Crypto is unique because we kind of sit the inflection point of retail and institutions, so we kind of touch both. And if you want to onboard a billion users, it's going to be retail users, right? So where are those retail users going to be? Probably not on the investment side, right? That's like not interesting to most people. So it's going to be something on the entertainment side. So maybe that's ticketing or events, gaming. That's where it's going to sit.
Yeah, or things like Chingari too, where you've got, like, if you want to talk about how community plays a role in onboarding.
Definitely, I think one of the biggest mistakes we often do is trying to differentiate between Web 2 and Web 3 users. So when it comes to new users, it's just to make it as easy for them as much as possible. And of course, you have to understand that like onboarding has to be like Web 3 native all the time, right? So you have to make them comfortable, infuse elements, especially engineering with product design as well. It's very much relevant, like how she's also been there. And I think if you have to really club them in together, and I think they'll be able to give you the real value and answers to you as well. And so when you manage a community, they're able to give you the crucial insights. So I think community gives us half the answers because as a firm, we can build 3 billion products in a year. But we also want to involve the community involved in terms of giving us crucial insights, how we can make it better for the users as well, right?
What's STEPN's geographical demographics?
Yeah, so I was going to say games are definitely where I would say see a ton of potential for onboarding from the Web 2 industry to Web 3, right? And for STEPN, we have a very global, diverse user base in several countries of the world. We have huge like French communities. We have huge Korea communities in Australia, where we're founded, and also the U.S. And so I would say in terms of, gaming and kind of, it's important, I think, to consider what products or companies that can engage, Web 2 users in a way that hasn't been done before with maybe a familiar experience but it has a lot of crypto behind the scenes and also teaches them a lot about onboarding. And so with STEPN earlier this year, we saw, you introduce this game that kind of have these NFTs, and it's really different from your familiar experience of like a 10,000 PFP NFT project, right? And I think the real potential will be with projects, maybe similar games like STEPN, where you can open up the door to thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of users with a way to engage them with NFTs like haven't been done before. So with the way we have our NFTs set up, you can actually mint more sneakers, and it's unlimited, so you can keep going and continue sort of sharing this experience with more community members. Yeah.
Without everyone having to sign an NDA, like where are the target markets for you guys coming into 2023?
Yeah,
I know this is your panel, but
I said
I have
earlier,
my
I
own
want
question.
us all to just talk, because it was so much more fun when we're all just talking, like, you know.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So for 2023, we had some major partnerships we were really excited about this year. So earlier we had our initial game offering on Binance with ASICs back in May, which was an incredible experience, our first major Web2 partnership for STEPN, which I think really touched on, right? We have this, unique game with NFTs that really hasn't been done before. But I think what was really key and crucial to forming this partnership is, becoming a partner with a Web2 brand that's familiar with a user base that we're really trying to target, right? In Web3 fitness and lifestyle. So, when we saw ASICs, people were basically going crazy, like they were looking for some more familiar brand to kind of take the first step into Web3 with us. And then recently we actually had another partnership to do a co-brand NFT with Atletico de Madrid. So now we're really getting in touch with some of like the major soccer fans who maybe were playing the game, and some of the other users in Europe. And so actually one of the next major areas that I would love to target. I mean, I'm a little biased because I live in the U.S., but I would love to see like a major, partner with a major marathon association, let's say, or some sports association, another sportswear brand, or
New York Marathon was yesterday, right? Did you
yeah.
guys
So
have
we
a
actually
presence?
we had an expo. We had a booth at the New York City Marathon, so we're starting to just like get in front over there and start to mingle with them, which was really awesome. But hopefully we can look to kind of really deliver the Web3 experience of doing like some fun co-branded NFT, let's say, or something else even, maybe in-person community events. We've seen real success from like a community perspective with all of our offline events, where all of people from different countries and different cities in the world get together and go show everybody like their sneakers, like their STEPN sneakers, and they hang out and do like some run at the same time. So we're really looking to do more of that as well.
I think Trevor's really touching on a good point. The reality is that type of onboarding is not going to come natively from a Web3 company, right? It's going to come in collaboration with large Web2 companies that already have mass distribution abilities. The Instagram announcement the other day, for digital collectibles, they're not calling them NFTs, I think they call them digital collectibles, is a good example of that, right? And I think that's kind of just the tip of the iceberg. So when you guys are building out, your Web3 products, I would be very cognizant of who the right Web2 partners are for you to help increase your distribution and access to that, potential 3 billion users.
Absolutely. When we saw the OK Bears and Air Jordan do this, they did a high school basketball game, and it's an amazing way to see people like activated. It's a really exciting. I agree with that sort of Web 2, Web 3 bridge for sure.
Yeah, and also to Sinlin's point earlier is there's going to be there's going to be a demand, right? Like we're going to have to be ready to prepare infrastructure for this, familiar user experience. Like even with STEPN, it's pretty easy to register and for the app and things like this. But it's the first time they're creating a wallet. Like they have so many questions that, what do I swap here? Like how do I do this? How do I do that? And I don't think we're there yet, where it's just turnkey for somebody to just dive right in.
How far away are we?
I don't think we're there at all yet. I mean, we just started, we're just getting to the tip of the iceberg, right? STEPN, I think, has, like I said, we reached some million DAU, but that's that's not going to take us to 1 billion yet. And there are major challenges to even break into the next 10x for our users as well, right? Both infrastructure and creating, maybe a sustainable game as well, right? For that growth, which is very tough. Yeah. And I was going to point out as well, I think it really is going to be another familiar app or something that takes the industry by storm. We'll see it time and time again. I think social apps have really great potential, like maybe, even like a WeChat, but of like Web3, right? Like something like this, especially in the future.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think the ideal onboarding process as well, right? So if you need to decide, like if the users need not go through the seed phrases aspect, I think you should totally do it. So that's where firms like Web3 Auth are very crucial in that phase. And of course, and as builders also, we need to take a step back and how do you make it for users to onboard, right? So not a lot of times we kind of always think about Web3 native users, and we don't really, the ideal way to Red Pill companies to actually take the route, like make it easier for onboarding. And even a couple of weeks back, Chase was tweeting the elephant in the room that we don't have users in crypto. Well, hello, that's because you're not at Chinkari. So I think you have to use, of course, the middleware of apps, right? That's are going to be the very crucial to onboard new users. So I think often we should always take that experimental step back and see how can you make it really useful for the users to onboard as well. And that's where the community also plays a big time in bringing them and red pilling the entire community as well.
Yeah, when we're talking about 1 billion users, you're talking about commercial viability, right?
For sure.
And we're just not there yet, right? And to make something commercially viable, especially from a data transfer technology, and that's what we're talking about, that's what this is, right? This is what blockchain is, really data transfer. It takes humans about 20 to 30 years. You had radio came out in 1889, wasn't commercially viable till the 1920s. Television came out in the 1920s, wasn't commercially viable till the 1950s, right? You had TCP/IP came out in 1970, wasn't commercially viable till 1995 when it rolled out in Windows 95, right? And this is not a technology issue, it's a human conditioning issue. Now there's something that's really unique that's happening right now. There's a direct parallel from the rollout of TCP/IP and what we're seeing from blockchain. So in 1983, TCP/IP became the standardization for internet building, right? 13 years after it was originally invented. And here we are 13 years after Bitcoin's created, and we're starting to see standardization take place, almost like a direct parallel to what we saw in TCP/IP. So it's not crazy to think that we're still 5, 7+ years out till we see true commercial viability. We want it to be commercially viable. Everyone here wants to be the adoption layer, but we're not. We're the infrastructure layer, right? It's the kids next, right? Every 13-year-old on the planet has only existed in a world where Bitcoin's existed. In 3 years, every 16-year-old will only existed in a world where Bitcoin's existed. 16 is generally where you become a developer, or you become interested in it. That's the adoption layer. That's who's going to build a lot of the adoption products. And so the trick is, like, can we ensure that they have all the tools necessary, right, in order to build? And yes, that's what you're working on the university programs.
For sure.
So it's your job to make sure that they have all the tools necessary.
I got you the next
A lot of pressure,
Yeah.
and that will happen. I think it can be faster than that 25-year mark, right? Things with, one thing that's really unique is, listen, all coding is done in English, right? So there's a globalization factor. This is all open source, so people can all build together and collaborate together. These are things that can move that needle a little bit faster, but inevitably it's a generational shift in order to kind of drive that adoption long term.
Yeah, we were talking, I see this so clearly because, when I started thinking about universities, I wanted to go in and be like, let's change curriculum, and it was really difficult. But then now I'm at the grassroots level working with the students at their student-run blockchain clubs, and these are all kids who did not find the resources they wanted to learn. They are self-starters, self-educated, and they are like on fire, right? It's amazing. And they are definitely going to be building the coolest stuff that you're all going to want to be adopting. So I agree with that for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we brought 160 student fellows to Breakpoint this year.
Oh, man.
Yeah, from all over the world. And they are crushing it. Yeah, we're very happy to have you all here. So what would you guys say would be something that we could do in universities for bringing on those users? Selfish question for me, but.
Yeah, I would actually say when I was at university, I didn't really see. They were just this was just like some 5 years ago, let's say. But they hadn't really even started with crypto events or that many crypto courses or curriculum, let's say, or even like clubs. There were not that much. There wasn't many community or get-togethers for crypto. So I would say that's a great starting point. Just get people together, meet face to face, and just like engage in discussion together, to kind of bring really like a face and like what people are doing in it.
I think like ambassadors in the school are great add-ons to building the communities, just like Red Bull ambassadors at every university. They have a champion, they know who to follow, and that sets a good example.
I think to me it'll be like a lot of DIY stuff, because until you're a power user, you're not going to see the Red Bull movement, right? And maybe even one step further is like lose your first life savings, a part of your life. I think that's the one way to also look at it, because when you do it yourself and learn from it, you have to consider like the first tuition fee. Then of course there will be no stopping the students.
I think you should keep in mind that it's not just engineers.
Yeah.
It's a common mistake that's made. I was going to bring this up backstage, we ran out of time. A lot of it's targeted towards engineers, like the validator programs that we talked about. And I'm a big fan of putting validators in universities and then using the rewards of those validators to help drive interest from the students and letting them experiment and play around with the infrastructure side. But that's the engineering piece.
Yeah.
And that's great and that's important, but don't ignore like the business side. Don't avoid the PR side, the ESG side. Like it's agnostic, right? Blockchain touches all industries. It's vertically agnostic. So like.
Any
I think
future lawyer is going to want to know what smart contracts are, right?
If
they don't.
We have 27 securities attorneys at Republic.
Right.
So we're not a law firm. So it's a really big place. And law firms are problematic for blockchain. Mainly because law firms themselves are not motivated to push the envelope, right? They're risk averse. They're helping manage risk. Hester Pierce has talked a lot about this on the US side, is that the law firms have held the industry back, right? The reason that we have so many attorneys at Republic is because we believe that we can navigate the space better than outside counsel in a lot of ways.
Yeah, no, but I just mean like future lawyers, like young kids thinking about that, they're probably thinking about smart contracts, or they should be. So it touches every vertical. And I also think, like, to your point about like the engineering, it's like not to be so focused on it, because the engineers are going to build the infrastructure and do a lot of wonderful things. They probably aren't necessarily the forward people that are going to bring out the community and the social aspects that we're talking about in that design. So we need everybody, and we need to activate everybody in those universities for sure. For sure. We're running out of time, but I do have like one. I just want to ask if anybody here, I want to leave like space to ask the audience for one question too. But before that, if anybody here has ever founded a company while drinking Mexican car crashes.
We didn't found the company in that. I was CEO of a company called the Cointree. We were the first multi-sig security storage company for Bitcoin back in 2011, 2012, 2013. What she's referencing is a story of where we were drinking Mexican car crashes, which is, I won't get into the details of drink, but anyway.
Margarita, beer.
Yeah, beer in margarita. But we became concerned about what happened to one of us if one of us died. Like, how did we get those assets to their families? And it's a deeper story here, but that was the onerous of a lot of multi-sig development early on in blockchain. Yeah.
It's amazing. Unless you guys have anything else to say, I wanted to leave it open if somebody did have a question in the audience, if that's cool with you. Does anybody out there have a question they would like to ask? Don't be.
Is STEPN coming back?
STEPN is still building strong through the bear. We just recently had announced our ASICS partnership this week. So if you actually pre-order the Solana-themed ASICS shoes, you can get the chance to win the first ASICS branded Solana-themed STEPN NFT on our blockchain.
I guess that's good for us then.
All right.
A little early. Thank you guys so much. This was an absolute pleasure. Love speaking with all of you.
Thanks, everybody.
And this is going to be a really fun one. Jules Erbach is the founder of the Render Network. It's a really incredible decentralized GPU computing system, and they use all that GPU power to create really amazing graphics. So I never thought I'd be able to say this before, but they've actually won several Academy Awards, Render Network has, because they just create really cool, amazing graphics. They work on the Marvel movies, work with Beeple, like all kinds of really incredible artists. So without further ado, Academy Award winner, Render Network, and Jules Erbach.
It's great to be back at Breakpoint. It's been an amazing year, and I love Breakpoint. You know, it was an amazing experience for myself and for Render. Let me get these slides back here. Here we go. So I'm here to talk about what's happened in the last year since we were at Breakpoint. And I should start by just talking a little bit about what we do, what Render does. Now, I have a company called Otoy. I'm the CEO, founder. Yes, that's the company that did all the visual effects work that our CTO went to Academy Awards for this kind of work you're seeing, digital doubles, visual effects. But really, what we're probably known for the most is GPU rendering. You know, we revolutionized, film rendering about 10 years ago with a piece of software called Octane. It's now used for major films and motion pictures. It also is something, this is a great slide from an artist, Raphael Rao. It basically made art democratizable. It brought final frame rendering to cheap GPUs. And over the last, I guess it's been almost 12 years since Octane's been out, you know, we tackled initially GPU rendering for images, animations. Finally, around 2016, all of these movies, including all the HBO shows, were rendered on the GPU. And now we're heading into a world with real-time rendering, AI. It's really kind of hard to predict, how massive GPU computing is going to change things. And if you look at the last 10 years, this is me on stage with Jensen, the CEO of NVIDIA, announcing cloud rendering, right? Because we always knew that there was a problem. You want to have more GPUs available on the cloud. And 10 years ago, there really wasn't any GPUs. Amazon was the first ones to deliver that. And we went on stage with Jensen, and we showed a scene from the Transformers movie, rendering in Octane, on Octane Render Cloud, and 80 GPUs. And it was a very proud moment for us, because it really was the beginning of what became the Render Network. Today, what we've discovered is that even with Amazon providing those GPUs, or Google and Microsoft and others, we don't have enough to satisfy everyone. And we do have partners. Google came in as a partner. Eric Schmidt's on our board of advisors. She's the one that made that happen. Microsoft as well. And it still turns out that decentralized GPU computing is a much larger addressable space than what you can get on the public cloud. And that's because it's expensive to put GPUs in a data center. Now, when we look at the next 10 years, when you think about how crazy things have gone in the last 10 years, and we went from having that data center to being able to render some of those things on a phone. And I'm looking at these important trends. So unlimited computing, AI rendering, we're seeing some important steps now with AI art, generative art. And of course, I'm here because we strongly believe that crypto and Web3 and provenance is going to be a huge part of how art and content creation gets made, and also mobile. Mobile is a really important piece because we're going to have millions of artists using all of this extra compute power, right? We can't put a high-end 300-watt GPU in an iPad. Well, mobile matters. And in fact, when you go back to that talk I gave 10 years ago with Jensen, again, those 80 GPUs rendering that Starscream scene, I loaded it on our just-released iPad app, and it renders on the iPad. That's crazy. So one of those high-end GPUs is now not as fast as what you can put in an iPad M2, but we still need more compute power. Now we need to render at holographic display resolutions. Those displays are coming. And in fact, we're working with a company called Lightfield Lab. As big as we think the AR space is going to be, people probably won't want to wear glasses if they don't have to, right? So the Star Trek holodeck is a huge inspiration for render. Lightfield Lab is building these incredible panels. They're about a gigapixel per square meter, 10 gigapixels per square meter, and you can chain them together and you can build the Star Trek holodeck. This is how we simulate content on the displays. We basically have to sort of track your eyes, but on the real displays, you're shooting out so many rays of light that you do get back effectively a white light hologram. And if I think about the future and I think about how people are going to experience anything on a screen, it will be holographic. And it's really just a question of scale, right? Because these things are hundreds of thousands of dollars now for a panel, but they'll be hundreds of dollars in 15 years. We have to think about that when we're planning something that is meant to last decades. And render is meant to be that multi-decades long process. This, by the way, is a holographic display panel, of course, being filmed on a 2D camera doesn't give you the full effect, but you're seeing that specularity. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. And that's the thing, that verisimilitude that you get from holographic panels is really what, when people are talking about presence in VR, that's what you want. It feels natural, and there's nothing quite like it. So the Star Trek holodeck was supposed to be 300 years in the future, but as it turns out, it might be much sooner than that. And in fact, the holodeck is a huge inspiration to the work that we're doing, because ultimately, if you're going to be rendering reality, right, this is probably the best experience. And in fact, one of the interesting things about the holodeck was that it wasn't just rendering anything that you wanted in a room. It was also, the last episode of the original 90s series, turns out that the entire history of the original Enterprise was being run in a simulation in a later Enterprise, right? So if you question base reality, if you question the story, is Star Trek Turing complete? If you just have a future Enterprise that is playing back the stories of the older one, how does that even happen? Fans were a bit, miffed in 2005. Like, well, how do you know what Archer did? How do you know all these things work? And it's clear that when you think about rendering and you think about something like the holodeck and how magical it is, you need to have something like AI that interpolates, it fills in the blanks, and that's what AI is great at doing. It's not great at just giving you everything unfiltered, because it's really just pulling together things from a training data set. You need to have that training data set be really good. So let's talk about Solana, why we're here. I have to say that since last year, as I've gotten to really know and work with Raj and Toli, I mean, I love this family. I love being part of the Solana family. And we're here because we really want to share our vision for where we both parties see all of this going. Render started out as, built around my company Otoy's GPU Render. It is massively different. This year for us has been about decoupling Otoy and even our own Otoy's tech from the Render network. Render now has a foundation. It's just put in place. So governance, DAO, all these things will be handled in this pretty decentralized way. In fact, we have votes going on now for governance for a new token model, which is likely going to be Burnham into Equilibrium. That was suggested by one of the members. And with Helium's announcement, I think we've got a very good model that is likely to be the one that we follow. And that's great. Obviously, Helium's working great on Solana. I think that that's going to be super helpful, because the render network itself, right, is still in some ways limited, especially for NFTs. And this is why Metaplex is such an important partner as well. Gas and these things are a bit wonky, a bit crazy. The other decentralization really isn't on the crypto side. It's also about partners that can use the render network besides us. Now, we've built 26 different integrations. These have been there forever that allow you to take your 3D scene, send it to the render network, and it spits out this open source format, and it renders in Octane. But a year ago, we announced we're going to bring in not just other renders, but other 3D formats. Some of them are closed source, so it's not like Blender where you can just go and drop it in. That's complicated. Running that on decentralized nodes is very complicated, but we did it. A huge number of users use Cinema 4D. And I would say the other GPU renderer, besides ours, we love our Octane so much, is Redshift. Redshift is a great renderer. And it's a GPU renderer. Like Octane, it was created back in the day. And we're almost really the only two that started out on the GPU side of things. But it is very different than Octane. It does bucket rendering. It is a biased renderer, but it is the best in that world. And so if you combine that with Octane and Redshift and soon Arnold, you have a pretty powerful system running on the render network. And it's more than just what we've started and contributed. So I want to show you the very first render job that's not just running Redshift, but also running a C4D file. This C4D file, you could just drop onto the render network, and you don't have to export anything. It just goes right in there. And when we're talking about driving user adoption on the render network, this is going to help enormously. This is Redshift, right? Bucket rendering. It's not progressive. You get back little squares, but it's mapped to Octane Bench, and it works. And you get back the image. And what's amazing about this 15 seconds that you've just seen is that all of this software, none of it is Otoy's, right? So the render network is now supporting somebody else's 3D file format, somebody else's renderer. Yes, there's a tax on the render power that you have to spend to use Redshift and Cinema 4D and Maxon, but this is a model for others to follow. We have Autodesk. Autodesk is actually an investor in my company. We're bringing Arnold as well. Arnold's the other major renderer out there. The other critical thing is we're not just bringing these renders willy-nilly. We're working with Arnold, Redshift, Epic, Unreal, to come up with standards for the metaverse for how data can translate between two different renders. You're seeing here Arnold and Octane switching between a 3D model of the enterprise, more on that in a moment, seamlessly. That's also something that hasn't really been done. And there's a lot of talk about the metaverse and open standards for how this will all work. It's very important for render. It's actually necessary. And I think by solving that, we're going to be doing the same for a lot of the other open problems in the metaverse. There have been some great movies being rendered on the GPU. I'm very proud of one of them, which is the Star Trek motion picture. It was filmed in '79, but it's been redone with effects redone for 4K. And it was rendered in Octane. And you're seeing major movie studios that are not just rendering in Octane, but also using the render network, Tier 2 and Tier 3. These are average people's machines to process jobs. Not only did we work and have our software used on the Star Trek film and productions, but we also were doing a project for the Roddenberry estate, which is essentially, the story of Star Trek, and it's using all these incredible assets. When we did that, Apple saw what we were doing and invited us to be in the keynote, which is crazy. I was in the Apple keynote last year showing the work itself, the Roddenberry archive work. Thank you, CBS, for letting us do that. What's interesting is this was running in Octane. These files were all created on the Mac, but when the frames were being done and they were set as layers, there were render nodes that were rendering those files for the Apple keynote video. It's crazy. And since then, we did another video short. This one came out in August. And that also was just featured in the Apple keynote, which I'll talk about, the new one, which I'll talk about in a minute. Let's watch that video. It's everything you're seeing here, CG, was rendered on the render network. That was pretty cool. We're going to talk about all of that. Now, here's the thing. The rendering was done on the render network, but the way this was filmed, the way this was made, is completely different than traditional movie making. As we were working with CBS and Apple and others showing how we built this, when you see the production that went into this, you'll understand how render is more than just shooting rays around, right? I mean, the tools, the way that we went about this is just completely novel. And that's why we ended up in that second Apple event where, oh my God, you can actually create these shots on an iPad? Wait a second, how does that work? Remember I was showing that video we did with Jensen 10 years ago, Transformers movie, rendering and all that, on those cloud GPUs. Well, you can now do this on the iPad. And the iPad's not a very fast GPU, but it's good enough, right? It's good enough to get you started. This is huge. On the Apple website right now, you see our app. It's the rendered logo. It's called Octane X because Octane's at the forefront of this. And here's the video from the Apple keynote and also on their page, and it shows the very first shot that you guys saw on the iPad. So you can do final frame rendering. This is huge for the render network because why? Well, first of all, the iPads now, there's tens of millions more people buying an iPad that can actually load these scenes, and it only has one GPU, but they can at least load them and they can send them to the render network to do final rendering, right? That's very important. This is an iPad. This is moving that shot around. It's very grainy, very noisy. You need to render this at 4K. You need to render it with 1,000 samples. Render network solves that problem for you. But the other thing that's wild is that 10 million iPads, some of them have 16 gigs of memory. That's a lot, right? I mean, they can load scenes, full production scenes. Even if they're, an eighth the speed of a 4090, there's 10 million of them out there. And if those scenes become render nodes, that can change the entire composition of the network. That means a lot more GPU computing power. If you look at that, one of the shots you just saw, that desert scene, that is running on the 16 gig iPad. I can move that around. I can set it up. If you look to the shot next to that, I'm also using AR as well. All of these incredible shots loaded 16 gigs of memory and render slowly on an iPad GPU, but they're fast enough for me to be able to set up the shot. And of course, the iPad, unlike a computer, does have AR kit built in, right? Same thing with a phone. And of course, the app that we put out on the iPad is coming to the phone, is coming out to the Apple TV and others. And you can see here, we've also come up with ways where you can use the render network to pre-compute essentially a hologram. That's what a light field is. Now there's more sophisticated versions called NeRFs, which you might have seen because they're used a lot in AI generative art. And with these pieces, with these switches, we also have a real-time renderer called Brigade. On the phone, in AR, you can actually do really fast, noise-free rendering. And we have those two modes. And this is also another important piece for how we imagine the render network being used not just by professionals and even artists that have learned how to do this, like people, right? Taking a PC, has a laptop, uses Octane for Cinema 4D. But there's a whole generation that just has a phone. And those phones now can do production rendering. We make it simple enough now to be able to almost just have one button, right? Especially on the phones. You don't want to learn Blender. You don't want to learn all these crazy things, 30 years of legacy 3D software. You want that power, but you need to be able to deliver that to people in a way that's really easy. And the amazing thing for us is that we're living in a time now where AI is probably going to make that happen, both at the very high-end professional level and for the average user. And we'll show that as well shortly. As I said, every single app that's going out for the iPad and soon for the Apple set-top box, as well as the and the new one has an A15, is a node, right? It's different than the render nodes now, which basically collect jobs. This can do live rendering. You can take your Mac app, your render app, and you can use that to connect to a PC, and vice versa. You can sling your own render power to your own devices, and of course, you can then do that on the blockchain as well. So this is how we're going to expand rendering and distribute it in really remarkable ways. So not just offline rendering, not just live rendering, but also you're seeing Blender. Blender is streaming to the new app, and the app is delivering the rendering power. So if you have a phone in your pocket, but you're using Blender on the PC or vice versa, you can sort of bridge these together. You can also mix that with different 3D packages. We also have been developing technology to stream in terabytes, gigabytes of data. Like normally to render the moon in Octane, you need all that data to be in memory. With Nanite, which is based on technology that Unreal developed, and we've adapted that for production rendering, you can stream in 10 gigabytes of geometry over a 500 megabit buffer. And that means that even if you have low memory or you're on an endpoint with not a lot of bandwidth, we can still send this data as you need it based on what's being rendered. And it works great, of course, with an SSD, but it also works over the internet. And this is also going to expand significantly the amount of render nodes we have, and also how easy it is to send data to the render network. We have delta syncing. We also have an SDK, and we've been bringing on partners to create various different tools and modules. A lot of what you saw in that Roddenberry piece was done. In fact, these are some of those scenes, right? We reused them. They're done in Cinema 4D and World Creator, which is a tool that we bundle, rendered, of course, in Octane. The artist's name is Aaron Westwood. He is an incredible artist and was more than happy to help with the Roddenberry project. But the tools to create these scenes are pretty straightforward. And once we get onto the iPad and iPhone world, it's our job to really make it so that these kinds of things, while they're easy to render, because you can just load these on an iPad and they will render just like this, we have to make it easy to create. And all of the AI prompts and all the things you're seeing, those will help. And we're working on those right now. The other thing that's significantly important for render is assets. We need people to be able to, one, claim ownership of a 3D model. Their face, Lightstage is our scanning system, right? We have hundreds of people that have contributed their face, and that's owned by them. So if there's a remix or a re-render, we know what to do with that. We can basically turn that into something that is licensed. We also have tools for generating physics, lighting, fire, sculpting, and again, Unreal virtual production for the Star Trek piece. We did a lot of work in Unreal. This is running Octane in Unreal. We can bring in now other renderers. And no matter what tool you're coming from, no matter how you're using 3D, the render network will be there to support that, right? We're also working with NVIDIA Omniverse. And as mentioning earlier, AI is such an important part of how all this comes together, especially for the next 10 million, 100 million, billion artists. So CEO of Google posted this tweet a few days ago, right? And it's showing, if you haven't seen this, it's basically showing a block of text, and the video is following along, and it's AI rendered video. And what's really happening is it's rendering about 3 frames a second, and there's basically interpolation that's making that look really good. And AI is great at interpolating. You can give it a blurry image, and it'll give you back a photo. But the truth is, that's not exactly what you want for the holodeck. You don't even want that really for high-end art. What you really want is something like this, which is what we've been building. So every one of those nodes, those little colored boxes, represents something, an asset in the 3D scene, geometry, a texture, the sky, displacement. Those things we've been training AI on, and we can also load in straight up just stability diffusion, right, if you want to do that, and feed those into the scene. And we built an SDK, I was talking about neural objects, NERS. We can render directly to NERS in a very optimized way. And that's important because really, AI doesn't work in triangles and textures. It works in latent space, right? It's almost like a dream version of what a 3D model is. And it's actually somewhat less precise than a good 3D scan, but it can be very convincing. And what's important about this is that when you're doing an operation, if we're sending the Starship Enterprise, and this is an AI remembering what the Enterprise looks like, we can mix that and blend it together in ways that you can't really do that easily with 3D data normally. And that's where AI tools are very powerful. As I mentioned before, one of the job types we're adding to the render network, stability diffusion, right? They just raised $100 million. They're running on 5,000, 6,000 A100s. That's about 2 to 3 million octane bench. We have that on the render network every day, right? And we can deliver that and many more types of AI jobs at a fraction of the cost of what it takes today. And that's also super important as we're talking about scaling this to tens of millions of people on an iPhone or iPad. These are showing the different AI things you could do just within a normal 3D scene. You can use scattering. You can generate AI for procedural data, not just an image or not just in painting. And I think that it looks beautiful. I mean, we're seeing really the need for having a material library is going away. Even geometry, which is tough. So a lot of the simple text-to-mesh things are too simple, right? I mean, we need something that is much more domain-specific. That's why we're focused on faces. When you look at how we did that Star Trek production, you'll see how we've been applying that. And on the iPad and the iPhone, where there's just minimal interface, we really do need something like, voice input, right? That helps a lot. And now that we have text to, image, geometry, object scene, it really is going to be really easy for a lot of people to pick these tools up. Let's talk about NFTs, because really, Metaplex is a big part of why we're so bullish on Solana. We've talked about before why Metaplex is such an important partner. There are things you can do on Metaplex and on Solana that are just very different than other ecosystems. And I would say that one of the main goals that we've had from the beginning is we want to deliver live streams to the render network, right? You saw some of the streaming that you can do peer-to-peer. Well, you can do that for an NFT as well. And we want to be able to deliver finalization of your scenes, your data, but also a live stream that allows you to edit that. And doing this has been really tricky. But the Metaplex team, Solana, they've been really helping us at a protocol level, but also opening these things up to OpenSea and others. And we're going to show some examples of how this is going to work. So NFTs have been created on Render Network forever. I mean, Pax, I don't know, I think he's made $100 million of NFTs on multiple hundred millions on Render. Beeple, of course, as well. And there's just tons of great artists that are using the system to do final rendering, but also to create provenance, right? I mean, everything that Pack does is recorded on chain. And this chain is not just a flat data point. It can be used for remixing. When we add live streaming, so this is an NFT that was created for streaming, and it's all running in a browser, right? So there's nothing to download. It just runs on a node on the render network. And the way that it works is there is a bit of staking, right? If you do an offline job, and the job is done, your reputation score goes up, and then you're allowed to run a real-time node, and the finalization of that node is handled based on your reputation score. We can also, by the way, stream apps. So this is the same app that we have on the iPad. If you don't have an iPad, you're on an Android or Solana phone, you can get it through through a web browser, and you can get it through the render network. And now let's talk about Beeple. Now, Beeple, we have made a special case around a lot of his work. I mean, I've known him for ages. He's actually a member or partner of our advisory team. And we've been building something called the Beeple Archive. We've also been doing the Roddenberry Archive, the Alex Ross Archive. But with Beeple, all of his 5,000 or so everydays that are done in C4D, which we now support directly on Render, it's not about selling those NFTs. It's about his work as an artist being represented on chain and the composability around that. So I asked him, we've been talking about how to leverage the Beeple Archive. The Beeple Archive exists. It's done. It's like Alex Ross's physical paintings. They're out there, right? The everyday collection that was sold for $79 million is a snapshot of all that. So I asked him for this scene. It's one of my favorite scenes. It's one of his everydays. And we're playing around with what does it mean if you own that NFT? Now, Beeple owns the NFT, but if you were to transfer that, does that mean I can load it on the iPad app and edit it, or in the web browser and change it? And I think that we decided, well, maybe, maybe that is an interesting option, but we need to make it so much simpler. Not everybody knows how to use these tools at that level. So we ended up with, for this test that we're about to show, and this is something that was pre-announced, is you can now remix a Beeple NFT on the render network with live streaming, and it uses all of the things we've been showing, even the live rendering tricks, mixing that with different pieces. And this is the output. People can make their own NFTs. Beeple doesn't have to sell an NFT. You can take one of his everydays. You can make one and remix it, and they look really good. They are rendered on the render network, but instead of using Cinema 4D or loading his files, you get a stream. You have a certain amount of time, and in that time stream, this is running live in a browser, you can make changes. And depending on the artist, right? I mean, this is going to be a stream for, let's say, visiting the world of Gene Roddenberry. It's not going to be this, but if it's Beeple, it will be this. And this is where the tools and the things that we're creating don't have an analog in the professional 3D space, right? We want to create something that is really simple and that leverages what the render network is built for and lets people create beautiful art on demand. And with Metaplex, we now have the ability to sort of create a system where that can be that can be sold. Tickets to these streams can be can be offered, and it's remarkable. I think this is going to fundamentally change the way that people think about NFTs, because now you don't have to just create one thing. Anybody can take somebody's last creation and remix it. And this is not some simple, SVG file. I mean, this is a full 3D scene that gets rendered in a full production renderer. And as far as we're going to get with iPhones and iPads, and that is important for AR, this will work in a browser, and the render network will power it. Cloud rendering is expensive, especially when it's live. And it can also handle all the different things you might want to do. You can have generators, you can do procedurals, it can be rarity. There's all these different models. We'll put these slides out so people can look at them later. But it's really exciting, and we're super excited. Mike's excited as well with this technology. It's going to be sometime next year when we put this out there, but this is how we both see the future of NFTs developing. I want to talk about something important, which is open standards, right? The open metaverse. We're part of a group called IDEA, which is standardizing everything we're doing on render. That is part of an even larger group called the Metaverse Standards Forum. And we definitely don't want to have one company, right? We're all here because decentralization is important, control how this goes. And already you can see that because Facebook is called Meta, NVIDIA is not going to call NVIDIA Omniverse the metaverse. Apple's not going to call it the metaverse, right? There's this bifurcation of what it means to call something the metaverse. In my opinion, it's just the internet, right? It's just pulling up 3D data. But there's also a deeper analog here, which is when you look at the work of Alex Ross, another top artist and a good friend of mine. I mean, the amount of pieces that his work touches is all of pop culture, right? I mean, it's enormous. It even crosses over into Warhol and Star Trek. And so as we were collecting and building the Alex Ross archive, which is almost everything in the 20th century pop culture mythology, from comics to movies, we came up with an indexing system. And when we're doing a render job on render, we can attach it to a specific universe, a specific episode. And you start to create a chain, and this is what we have in this token called Canvas for Metaverse, which allows you to create a provenance for stories and for narrative fiction, right? Remember the holodeck? How do you know if what you're seeing in that past was really the story of Star Trek? Literally, the Roddenberry archive is telling the story of Star Trek for the future holodeck, with everybody that's involved trying to make sure that we get this right. And that provenance for physical art, for storytelling, I mean, heck, even the story group at Star Wars or Star Trek has to go to Memory Alpha or Wikipedia, right, to find out what's what. And so we have all of these documents, all of the free files we've been creating for the Roddenberry estate. And I want to close out by showing the Roddenberry Archive project. Now, you saw the video that we showed earlier that was also featured by Apple. But this is the behind-the-scenes part, which is really almost a fascinating, deep insight into the meta-commentary of Star Trek. Not just the story, not just the actors. So one of the goals of the project is we have the in-universe version of Star Trek, what happens in the universe as it were, right, versus the 11-foot model of the Enterprise in the Smithsonian. And we are building the life-size Enterprise digitally, but it is a digital twin. And that's what Apple showed in that first keynote, right? But you have Kirk's coffee mug, you have everything that went into that ship. We do have the plans. We hired all the people that worked on the original Mr. Shot's Guide to the Enterprise, so we know how the ship is supposed to be built, how it looks, and we've even built a simulated universe to run it in, right? I mean, all these planets are not texture maps, they're all procedurally generated. The interiors, as we get inside the ship, of course, now we have to think about people. They all work. Like, the entire ship runs according to the laws of physics of Star Trek. And that also isn't going to be radically different when we do Marvel stuff or DC stuff, which we've done a ton of work for DC with Batman and the like. And so when you think about coming up with standard 3D asset formats, but also a standard physics format, a standard way of linking stories, narrative events, information theory, right? It becomes really important to understand all of that through projects like these. And just the concept of visiting the world of Star Trek or Star Wars or things that you loved is what the metaverse, I think, in some ways promotes or could deliver. Obviously, these are pretty incredible scenes. This is what we use to film the actual videos that you saw on a virtual production stage, on an LED wall. But you can pull those down from render, you can get a stream, and you can't change the story of Star Trek. That's really up to the Roddenberry Archive, the estate, and everyone, CBS as well. But you can certainly explore it, and you might be able to create derivative content from it, just like you can from Beeple. And when you talk about derivative content of Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry was guilty of that almost more than anybody. He had 20 different versions of the Enterprise. And of course, the Enterprise itself changes enormously over time from the 1960s. It has a 40-year history in universe, and you can see this beautiful time lapse showing all the different stages of being built. So again, if you're visiting the world of Star Trek, even if it's one single chair, that captain's chair, that changes significantly over time. There's the physical props, there's the digital props. All of it coming together really is part of the fabric of the storytelling of Star Trek. And I'm out of time, but I'm going to go a little bit over because I have a few more videos to play, and I think it's worth showing. The scanning of these assets is something that leads back into the digital world. So when you're talking about digital collectibles, provenance on chain, we scan these objects in. We have a team that is able to then rectify them and put them into a system where we know what the carpet was, we know what the materials were, and you can then visit the actual location, and it's all real. It's as real as you're going to get, second to having the physical asset in a museum, which does exist in certain cases for these pieces. But all of this works, right? The interior of the Enterprise is there, it's visible. And when we came to telling this story, we started with the very first episode, The Cage. These are all the sets in The Cage. It was filmed November of 1964. And we built these first because we wanted to tell the first story of Star Trek on a virtual production shoot, and this is where this came from. The director of The Cage, Robert Butler, is alive. He, in fact, was director of many pilots, not just Star Trek, but Hill Street Blues and Batman, the '66 one. So when it came time to put together all of this, bring him in March, it was incredible. And we had to then think through, how do we get costumes, how do we get characters? Characters are an important part of making that world come to life. We cast two people. I'll play this video, and then I'll talk more about the casting.
I was aware of the size that this show has become. I saw the size there. I saw the size here. Testimony to the quality.
It's been really rewarding to see the feedback from those that actually worked on the show, coming in and seeing the world of Star Trek as they remember it brought back to life. That's where the magic of the work that we've done really kicks in. We're at the point where we're looking to rebuild and reconstitute these uniforms digitally, physically, scanning them, putting a performer.
So what you're seeing there was shot a lot like The Mandalorian. We built the CG sets. We had the director, Robert Butler, come in as we were to refilm some of these scenes. And we did a lot of work. We did do a lot of physical work with the hair and the costumes. Then we used, Marvelous Designer, which is a fashion tool used for a lot of fashion and avatars. But we have the physical and the digital there. And you can't even tell what's 1964 or what's 2022. It's that good. But what's crazy is that these things are digital. These are digital assets. We may have performers, we may have real objects, but they're scanned in, and then AI rectifies all that to allow us to deliver these kinds of experiences from those assets. All rendered on render, by the way, of course. And that world exists. We've been building out all of Star Trek history for so long that we can tell those snippets and the stories. When it came to the last piece, Spock, you saw that at the end. That got a lot of gasp, and it was something that really did garner a lot of attention in the industry as well. And last year at Breakpoint, I showed this very slide saying, we talked to Adam Nimoy. We're going to do a CG Spock. We didn't end up going for that. We ended up hiring two performers to play Colt and Spock, which are the two characters from the original pilot. And in the case of what we're doing, we're aging them up through decades. And we found that actors really needed to perform these roles. Even if we put a ton of prosthetics on them, which we did for Spock. It didn't quite get us all the way to something that looked as close to what you saw. So the eyes, for example, needed to be CG. And we actually built a CG model. We sculpted it out of the light stage hands that we had done from previous subjects. And then we applied that live as we were filming the two actors. Spock, this is what I was seeing through the viewfinder with the digital eyes overlaid live and using AI to track all those moves. This isn't a deep fake, it's something else altogether. It's AI-assisted rendering, and it's being done while I'm filming. If you imagine that being applied to things on the iPad, all those different pieces, this is insanely valuable for a filmmaker. This is as well. What I'm showing here is the two of them, as they were being filmed, they were scanned in, right? And I have an asset. I can even load this on the iPad where I can move the camera around. I can get to final frame rendering. But these are people, right? This is a snapshot of what they were doing on stage. And it's completely digitized, like to the level where I can render it and it looks like I filmed it. This is incredible. This has never really been possible before. What we won 2 Academy Awards for was a static version of just heads, not 2 bodies in a performance doing this very same thing. And what we learned from this, and this all is really recent cutting-edge tech, is that maybe we don't need green screen or an AR wall like the Mandalorian. Maybe that tech is outdated and there's something better on the other side of this. And that's where render comes in. That's where we did all this. It's like, let's shoot it on a green screen. Let's do this shot 3 different ways, AR wall, green screen, and then let's scan her in and put her in a render job. And we're seeing there on the bottom, it's so much easier. It looks so much better than anything done with green screen or even an AR wall, which has severe limitations. This you can do on an iPad. And more impressively, once she's scanned in, right, in costume, this is like a statue, right? It's scanned in, it's from a pose, but it could be relit, and it looks perfect. But what we did is that her walk cycle could be trained. So as she moves, as a closed move, we can then apply that to a performance that's just filmed with a normal camera, and then it gets applied in the short. That's what you're seeing in that very first piece. This is how AI is going to work on render. This is how it's going to work in virtual production. And when you look at how good these results are, it's incredible. We're just at the early stages of all this. So we're so excited for how the future of content creation is going to work. We think that render, and of course, everything we're doing with Solana and Metaplex is at the center of that. Thank you so much, everyone. I love Breakpoint. It's great being here, and hopefully I'll see you around. Thank you so much.
So first up, we actually have a panel, and it's on why NFTs for all. And please welcome me in bringing on the stage Matthew Stotts, who is the Chief Strategy Officer at Holoplex, and the rest of the panelists.
Awesome. So it's so great to be with everybody today and with all of you that are streaming and watching the show. I'm Matt Stotts. You might know I'm also the host of the Permissionless Art podcast. I've had a lot of different NFT artists and creators and technologists on the podcast, as well as being the a co-founder and chief strategy officer at Holoplex. Really excited to have our panel here to talk about scaling NFTs, essentially what's going to be happening here in the market as we continue to build and go through that opportunity. I want to introduce everybody quickly, and then I'm going to hand it to Vic to do a little bit of a context setting for all of us. So we have Dayo Adeosun. He's the co-founder of Glass XYZ and the first category-leading NFT marketplace on Ethereum and now on Solana, which is awesome, right? And we have Larissa Barbu, COO of Exchange Art, which is the leading fine art marketplace on Solana for NFTs, fantastic. And then Vic Quinn from Alpha Team at Nansen. It's a blockchain analytic company that specializes in on-chain data, visualization, and research. And so he's got some great context for us and kind of kick us off.
Hey. Thank you so much for having me here, everyone. I guess the first question we got to ask with scalability is like, why are we here? Like, how did we get to this point, right? I guess it's kind of like almost like a history lesson. Like originally with cryptocurrency, we had the birth of DeFi, then we had the birth of NFTs. However, we found that with liquidity, right, it didn't stay on one blockchain. So what actually happened was that this actually goes back to 2016, where Vitalik Buterin, he outlined something called the blockchain trilemma. And basically, with a blockchain, right, it's either decentralized, scalability, or security, but you can only be 2 out of 3 successfully, if that makes sense. So in regards to, say, Solana, What happened with that, it's got a hybrid consensus model which uses proof of history, and that's combined with proof of staking. And in that regards, that resulted in basically a mass adoption, basically because the amount of transactions and the cost of transactions is a lot more scalable. So to kind of give it a perspective, I guess it's like you're comparing like the TPS of around about 13 to about theoretical 65,000 TPS. That kind of rivals like your TradFi payment processors that are available right now in the day and age. But is a Solana NFT exactly the same as, say, one on another blockchain? I'd say no. A, it's not EVM compatible, but B, it's built on Rust as opposed to Solidity. But third, it also has a different token standard. So if we kind of deep dive into a little bit more like the components of a blockchain, it relies on a peer-to-peer network, cryptography, an algorithm, consensus, as well as a reward and kind of like I guess punishment system, if that makes sense. So going back to like I guess like we've got the proof of stake, and the concept of that is that basically nodes of commit to the network, and then they get selected to validate, then they get rewarded for their securing the network, if that makes sense. So we then took proof of history, which is basically now the nodes can be segmented into time slots. And on top of that, the leader nodes, they keep track of time, if that makes sense. And what that means is that the network can validate transactions without the need for the block to fill up. So that reduces the latency, but also increases the throughput. And then as a result of that, that's where the scalability and greater mass adoption occurs, right? Because now you've got lower cost of transactions, you've got multiple transactions on a much greater scale. And then as a result of that, you had key players that entered into the space. People that were minting, people that are trading, people that are collecting, people that are creating, they all gravitated to the space. And although like we don't have that first mover advantage, we do definitely have that greater adoption and global scale advantage.
So, Victor, I think you've laid out really well what the kind of technical underpinnings of the Solana network and other competing blockchains are in the space, and then how that has had some effect on NFTs. You know, at Olaplex, we're building enterprise infrastructure for NFT projects that are going to go from 10,000 to 10 million users and more, and 10 million to hundreds of millions or billions of assets and more. And we're bullish on that long term. We're not seeing that now. We're definitely in a different market condition. So I'm going to ask you, Larissa, like, what do you see from creators, and what are you seeing from the market conditions today? What are creators looking for in terms of scalability? Will we see these massive drops or giant growth in the digital assets such as NFT?
So I think that from a creator's perspective, what they are looking for is a liquid market, and certainly Solana being the highest growing community, both from a developer perspective and an artist perspective, has helped that massively. The fact that Solana has high transaction speed and really low cost helps a lot with mass adoption, because the promise of Web3 for creators was that they will find new ways to monetize their artworks. However, what happened with a few L1s out there is that the costs are most of the time prohibitive for most of the artists out there. So Solana really helps breaking these barriers and actually delivers on the promise of creating a new place and new technologies to help creators monetize their artworks.
Got it. Dio, I'd ask you kind of a similar question. You're doing video NFTs. Now you're taking an awful lot of experience and imagery and kind of locking that up in a single digital asset. What are creators looking for in terms of scalability, and how do you kind of convey that to them, and what do they find important?
So I would say that creators are first looking to monetize their creations.
Sure.
You know, so all video creators typically go from TikTok to YouTube to monetize, and so from a scalability perspective, they would prefer a blockchain that they didn't even really have to know about, you know, where it's like you could buy an NFT and you have less than $30, you know, in your wallet. And so I would say that creators want an accessible blockchain, unlike ETH, which we were on ETH for like a year last year, and we had done drops with like Timbaland, Kygo, and being able to buy an NFT on ETH using MetaMask, the experience was a lot of friction. And so creators really just want like a frictionless experience where they can just buy NFTs super seamlessly. Honestly, if they could do it with a credit card, that would probably be best. And the goal is to really just monetize their creations and own what they're creating with the community that shares it together.
Absolutely. I think one of the things people are seeing from the Solana blockchain is just that much faster user experience. If you've got obviously lower gas fees, if any at all, that certainly moves things up. Vic, what are you seeing from on the perspective? I know Nansen has really good intel onto what's happening in all of the blockchains, really. So, like, what are you seeing in the NFT market in particular from your vantage point?
Yeah, so from my vantage point, we're seeing a lot of interesting, I guess, behaviors from the participants in the space, if that makes sense. We're finding, like, for example, over the time, right? Like, you'll have, like, for example, the creation of DAOs that are designed to specifically collect artwork for creators, and they're forming like kind of like a pool based on just like enjoyment of the art, if that makes sense. Kind of like on one-on-one art kind of level. But also on the other end of the spectrum, you've got people that are collecting the artwork and NFT projects and kind of like flipping it, and then with the intention of kind of like the trading mentality, if that makes sense. And then somewhere in between all that, you've just got the people that just enjoy collecting the art. They just like the art. And then it's kind of like interesting when you observe, say, like you go into their wallet and observe, it's just like the different arrays of someone's collection of NFTs, if that makes sense.
So Larissa, you've been doing great work with artists and fine art, I guess you would call it, and really one-of-one artists is another way people to describe these NFT creators. How much more opportunity do you think there is in this category on Solana? Do you see this as a growing market? Have you reached stasis in some way? What's next?
I think we are looking at significant growth over the next 1 or 2 years. Largely because we are looking at larger brands that are looking to enter the space. So recently we had Reddit, who just onboarded, 3 million wallets with one collection. We have newly owned Elon Musk Twitter that is looking to bring NFTs closer to their core business model. We have Meta, we have Google, who just announced here at Breakpoint some more support for artists and for NFTs and for Solana. So I think there is great growth that will come in the next 1 or 2 years. I think we're also looking, the more we're pushing ahead, I think we're looking at more utility and use cases for NFTs that will help drive mass adoption. I think we're also looking next year at a continuation of the heated debate on royalties as marketplaces and artists and collectors are figuring out which ones are the best business models that they would like to apply going forward. But Exchange Art will be here to support the creators in their endeavors in the next couple of years. So that's what we see over the next couple of years. I don't think we reached in any way capacity, and I think there is a lot of upside from here onwards.
Well, I would agree there's a lot of upside. There's certainly bullish signal from the fact that Instagram is integrating Solana NFTs. Google coming in to support some infrastructure in terms of running validators and providing cloud services. At the same time, those are really big brands, right? These are like the tech giants. And so as a startup operator, as a small, relatively to the scale of these tech behemoths, Larissa, how do you think about that with your company in that context? That's some pretty heady potential competition.
I don't see much as competition. I see there is just a lot of opportunity going forward. We have our knowledge that we managed to gather over the past year, and we have built a strong community here on Solana as our home. And I think we will be looking to collaborate with all the other big brands that are coming into the space to find the best ways to help creators grow and to deliver on the promise in which we started a year ago to actually help creators make a living and thrive outside of the traditional art model where they depend on a gallery that typically charges between 50 to 70% of their sale price. So we will still be here and we'll be looking to help and to partner with all the actors that can help us deliver on the promise that we've made a year ago.
Great. I would paint the same question to you, Dio. So you were talking about your projects, your creators come to you from YouTube. They come to you from Instagram. These are Meta and Google's products, right? So like, how do you feel about this? It's really a good sign, but also potentially challenging.
So I think we need context, because we started this because we believe video is the biggest market in the world. And so in the 1960s, 1970s, there were about like 10 video shows, 10 channels.
Sure.
A few cable networks that own those channels.
I think it was fewer than that.
Yeah, fewer than that, right? And then in 2005, you had YouTube that came out, and it pretty much just said anyone can make their own channel, anyone can be a star, and YouTube is going to own that network. And now in Web3 in 2021, you had Glass, which came out and said anyone can create a channel, anyone can become a star, and anyone can own the network that they're creating content for. So I think there's a fundamental issue for Web 2 platforms coming into the space, which comes down to creator ownership of the platform. It's like Ronaldo has how many followers on Instagram. It's like people come to Instagram for Ronaldo. And so I think what we're gonna see is humans are gonna get tired of intermediaries like ads getting in between their experience with the people who they wanna connect with. We're gonna see these live experiences like this where you're making, Timbaland is making $30,000 in 2 hours on his Genesis music video with his Bored Ape.
Yeah.
And that's an experience that is fundamentally not possible on YouTube. And so I think from a marketing perspective, there's a new tool set. I think from a actual product perspective, there's a new tool set. Ownership of that product perspective, there's a new tool set. And I just think when you have so many different parts of the founder stack being disrupted, I don't think that they're going to be able to get a creator like Tihan from China who has 100 followers on Twitter but can still monetize his video NFT, make $1,000 by getting 50 collectors that are buying his video for $20. So I don't think they're going to be able to compete where we are because we're just a little underneath. But I do think it's great to have these bigger guys come in just to give more validation to the people who still might be on the fence, but I would say hop now if you're on the fence.
I hear you. So great way to just put the context out there. Web 2, Web 3, you can't compete with what I love. I think, Dio, this is the first time I've ever heard this founder stack. We talk a lot about the software stack and the technology stack. Olaplex, we build an indexer that's fully open source but available for every protocol to read off of the chain. And we're so deep into that. And then you realize you've got fundamental economics for the founders, people who want to create and own what they're doing. That's really fundamentally different.
Yeah, it's creators are creator businesses now, right? So it's everyone grew their network on somebody else's platform, and they're realizing that, and they're like, dang it. But now, as people collect your NFTs, you have a one-to-one relationship with those people, and then you just keep growing that. And so instead of Mr. Beast giving people a bunch of money 10 years later into his YouTube career, now you have up-and-coming Mr. Beast that is offering you NFTs for $10. You're flipping those for $30, $40. And as Mr. Beast drops each video, you're monetizing with him throughout his career to the top.
Incredible. Plus, there's Beast Burgers now, too, right? I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we went IRL. Vic, I wanted to get back to some interesting questions around scale. We talked a lot about the technology stack. Dio told us about the founder stack, which is really cool. But there's a financial stack as well in the Solana ecosystem. We're talking about low cost of transactions, but also how does that, general availability of a highly liquid token and many tokenized protocols, how does that accelerate adoption here and create better uses for creators, people who are making NFTs?
Definitely, because when you're looking at on a global scale, you want the creator economy to be able to access the tools to be able to create, right? And it's not really possible if it costs hundreds of dollars to actually create their works, if that makes sense. So being able to do transactions for fractions of a cent. And then, for example, you look at Solana Mobile, you're looking at having mobile devices available to all hands kind of thing, to all users. And the experience to be able to onboard people, say, on a Web 2 level and a Web 3, where the experience is pretty much no different in the future. You're now having creators giving more scale in terms of reach than ever before.
Amazing. Yeah, I would just add that you're participating in an economy And so when you come into the Solana ecosystem, there are built-in economics that can really work to the advantage of anyone who's creating. And obviously, you've got liquidity, you've got the ability to trade the assets that you're creating. A lot of fundamental things that I think for the founders who are coming to this space, they really have to appreciate, right? They're not just using a service or a platform.
Exactly.
So it's really cool. I'm going to do like a quick lightning round, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about your favorite NFTs. Vic, I know you are in the Monk DAO, serious SMB owner and all that, but you can't shill your own project or your favorite, so pick another favorite project in NFT, and we'll go down the line and talk about them.
Another favorite project. Actually, Solarium NFT. Basically, it's a project that a friend created, but it was basically a procedurally generated flowers and stuff like that. And she created, basically out of passion from a kind of like an artist perspective, but watching the behind this process of actually working out the different layers between the gradients and stuff like that was just really fascinating, watching someone who was previously Web 2 enter the Web 3 space and then actually like appreciating it from watching a founder grow, essentially. That was something I had the privilege of, I couldn't get that anywhere else.
Amazing. Larissa?
I will pick a category instead of an artist, and my category of choice this time is 3D art. 3D art.
Okay.
So we are looking at, and the reason why I'm looking at that is because in the future, in probably 1 or 2 years, we'll see more and more fine art merging with fashion. And that's where this 3D art will come and play a bigger role. So that's my pick of the day.
Amazing. Dio, now you got to pick a video NFT, so
Yeah.
it's going to be hard.
Yeah, this is almost impossible just because we've dropped so many amazing drops, which you guys can check out on eth.glass.xyz and the new glass.xyz. But we recently just did a drop with Kids of the Apocalypse, and they did like a 666 NFT mint on Magic Eden, and then linked that to their debut music video NFT that they dropped on Glass on Thursday.
Amazing.
And so everyone who collected the Magic Eden one was able to collect the free video NFT, and then they were able to flip that. And so I would say Kids of the Apocalypse, which was done with Rio Cragen and some legendary guys, like it kind of feels like Stranger Things, and I don't know if they're gonna make a movie.
Awesome.
or
I got to
what.
check it out. I'd say my favorite is Motley Friends coming out on the night market. New project, I think is super cool. And I want to thank you all for being here and talking about the
Thank you so
market
much
and
for
what's
having
happening
us.
on Solana.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
so much.
That was an awesome panel. For me, it was actually quite interesting to hear how, as Solana itself scales, there's different groups or different industries that are actually interested in the future potential, and it kind of opens up a new variety of use cases. Next up, we have actually another panel, and this one is on zero knowledge, and to kind of understand that it's actually more about more than privacy. So let's welcome Don Beaver, who is the chief cryptographer at Jump, who is the moderator for this particular panel.
Hey guys, how's everyone doing? So today we have a pretty distinguished panel of cryptographers and ZK builders. Really honored to introduce Don Beaver, head of cryptography at Jump Crypto, Jorit, core contributor to Light Protocol, and we've got Yannick from Elusive. So he's the co-founder of Elusive. So I want each one of you guys to kind of introduce yourselves, let us know how you got into crypto, how you got into the ZK space, and what led you to develop in this kind of new technology.
You pick an order.
Don, you
Sure.
can start.
Thanks, Saeed. So I got into crypto a long time ago when I was doing my PhD. It was kind of breaking news at the time, and back then crypto meant cryptography, not so much cryptocurrency at the time, although there was plenty of thinking about cryptocurrency. I got really intrigued by this branch of cryptography called multi-party protocols, which is essentially secret ballot elections. And it overlaps a lot with the zero-knowledge topic that I think we'll talk about a little more today, which is looking at computations, making sure they're either executed correctly, and also making sure that you can show that they're executed correctly after the fact. In those days, cryptography is a little different than now. It was a much more theoretical place to be, but it was still intellectually, incredibly fascinating. And I think the first time I started writing papers was probably sometime in the 90s, and had pretty much a relatively academic career before jumping into kind of more applied things over the years, eventually ending up in the last year at Jump doing very applied cryptography, and hopefully moving the world of zero knowledge into real implementation. That's it.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Jorid. I started out in crypto in 2017. First of all, I was very fascinated by ICOs back then, and really got me really motivated to look into all these blockchain projects. And what actually got me to stay were the ideas about these decentralized systems and in particular decentralized autonomous organizations. And that led me to really work towards being able to build such protocols myself. And over the years, going towards that, I got really hooked on what I've just found was the most interesting thing, the most interesting problem to solve, which was really missing for mainstream adoption, which is privacy, which got me towards zero knowledge proofs. So I worked a bit on private voting prior then to leading and realizing that this was not going to be actually usable by anyone, which led me towards looking to implement this on Solana and looking to implement a more general platform such that not only private voting is possible at scale, but other applications as well. So these are kind of the origin story of Light Protocol, which we started out last summer, first building a proof of concept, then open sourcing the first proof verification in the beginning of the year in January. And we're live on mainnet since May this year. And we're completely open source and looking to work towards this vision of a completely private ecosystem on Solana.
Yeah, hi, I'm Yannick, the co-founder of Elusive. And my origin of getting into cryptography is through university. So studying computer science and math, you hear about elliptic curves and actually multi-party computations. So it's kind of cool to sit on stage with Don Beaver, who's already written papers about those topics when I wasn't even born. So yeah, we have multiple generations of cryptographers here, really. But seeing elliptic curves and encryption algorithms using elliptic curves, I got interested and started studying math next to studying computer science. And after meeting with our co-founder, Nico, who for some years has done crypto and distributed systems research, I decided to fully commit to cryptography. And then we together got into the CK space. And from our political belief system, we realized that the best energy is spent on building privacy solutions, basically, on the blockchain, because there are many bright minds building this, but not enough bright minds. So we decided to build it on Solana and have, similarly to what Jorid and his guys are doing, built multiple proof verifiers already, aren't yet open source, but have been audited by some great auditors and plan to move into mainnet next month with both our privacy protocol that really isn't just a privacy protocol, but the first protocol of its kind that uses zero knowledge proofs both for privacy and also for decentralized compliance, and our general purpose zero knowledge proof verification virtual machines. That's all I have to say.
Nice. Nice. I mean, as Yannick mentioned, it's an honor to have Don here, someone who's been in this space for so many years, studying ZKs and doing research on that topic, even prior to crypto. So maybe, Don, you can give us a history of how did ZKs come to be? What's the history behind this piece of technology that everyone's talking about in crypto?
Yeah. Let me see if I can riff on this a little. Kind of three stages of it. The first of which I wasn't there for at all. This brilliant couple of researchers, Shafi Goldwasser, Sylvia Macaulay, then at Berkeley, kind of were riffing, they were in graduate school, they were riffing on this idea of how would you play mental poker? How would you play poker over a phone and pretend, someone dealt the cards and the other person on the other side would say, oh, you know what, I want to draw two. They worked on this problem for a while. It's a problem that Manuel Blum suggested to them. Fascinating thing. At the end of this, they kind of said, well, we got a way to do it, but we don't know exactly how to show that this interaction was done correctly. And this kind of led them to be inspired to come up with this notion of how would I tell somebody over the phone that I shuffled the cards correctly, I dealt them correctly. And that led them into kind of the theoretical aspect of zero-knowledge proofs. And at that point, it kind of burgeoned into a very theoretical space. The space was, hey, what could an alien come down and tell us that we really couldn't do ourselves? What could an alien tell us about some brilliant theorem in the universe, and us being merely human polynomial time algorithm people with weak laptops, how could we check what an alien could try to convince us of? And in those days, very, very theoretical days, it was to say, oh, look, you could produce proofs of these incredibly complex things that are beyond our own means to produce, but we could be the auditors and figure out how to check those proofs from aliens. That was kind of the second phase. There was a long and rich theory, rich phase of looking into the theory of what could you do here. Then more recently, in the last decade and a half or so, everything got scaled down. And the fascinating thing about how everything got scaled down is that it got scaled down to something that is practical. So instead of aliens showing something to us as mere humans, now it's computers running polynomial time computations trying to be verified to something that is incredibly, incredibly weak, a tiny little checksum of like a medium program. So instead of like a giant alien intelligence coming in and trying to explain something to a human, you've got a human level laptop data center trying to produce something that's checkable by a very, very weak computer. And what's great about that scaling down from like exponential to poly down to log time sort of thing, if you get too nerdy about it, is that at this scale, you can start to look at computations that you want to land on a blockchain somewhere. Solana, you don't want to pay the expense of doing the computation. All you want to do is say the output of this computation was XYZ. And now at that scale, you can check them very quickly. And that, I think, is one of the most fascinating aspects of this. The other, obviously, fascinating aspect of this, which is huge, which I let the co-panelists over here talk to as well, is the privacy, which is also fascinating. It's not merely the fact that you can scale things down to a place where you can check complicated calculations and not be lied to, where you can audit them in super fast time. It's also that you can audit them in a private manner, almost for free as well. So both of these have come to kind of real fruition, in recent years, and we're seeing the impact of it right now because it's a great way to scale out blockchains in ways that otherwise are, they're not exponentially expensive, but they are somewhat prohibitively expensive. We get them down to a scale where things actually run really, really fast. So I'm very excited to see that third phase of zero knowledge and verifiable proofs coming into fruition.
I love that story. It starts out with people wanting to play poker over the phone, and it leads to a 25, 30 year kind of academic endeavor. And I think it's kind of applicable because poker today, you still really can't play poker on chain without ZKs hopefully unlocking that ability. So maybe a good question is, what's the difference between verifiable knowledge and zero knowledge? And, how are people using that today?
I'm happy to jump in to start with, and you guys are really, the privacy you guys want to talk about, I'll talk about the verifiability a little bit. So zero knowledge has two parts to it. It's got an interactive proof part of it, and it's got a privacy part of it. And you can mingle the two, which is great. One of the initial benefits of having the verifiability of it is that even without the privacy, you can land correct computations. If you've got a 1,000,000-step calculation, you can condense it kind of like you do a checksum. You add up all the digits on your credit card, and they add up to 73. And if you transmit it and you don't get 73 on the other side for the sum of the digits, you'll find out something is wrong. Well, you can take the verifiable computations the same way, do a 1,000,000-step computation, land that computation on a chain somewhere and say the output is 73 or whatever it is, XYZ, but you don't have to repeat the entire 1,000,000-step computation. So there is a verifiable scaling compression side to ZKs that is incredibly exciting, because that's the part that actually makes it possible to get efficiency where there wasn't efficiency before. So you can really, really just do your calculations off-chain and then do a really quick verification check on-chain. So the idea of figuring out what calculations can you do really, long calculations, but what calculations can you verify really quickly is really critical to this. And there's been a ton of study on this in recent years for how to boil long million-step calculations into 3-step calculations, get those correctly on the chain. Now, wonderfully, you can also actually add privacy in there as well. And I think that's definitely what excites all of us on the stage. And I should turn this over to people who love the privacy as well.
Awesome. Yeah, exactly. So, I think in general, transparency on blockchains is sold as a feature, right? In general, it's great, everything is democratized, everything is transparent. But if you actually think about it, business in the Web 2 in the real world is not conducted always transparently in public, and that has good reason, because you don't want everything to be public, right? So zero-knowledge proofs are very interesting because you can basically you can make it very easy to verify that the statement is true without actually revealing anything about the statement itself, just that it's true, right? And so with this, you can potentially build applications which are just as cryptographically verifiable and sound as the blockchain itself, but without actually revealing the data which is being used. So you know for sure everything is correct, but only the people themselves have ownership over their data and can actually verify it.
Yeah, and it's basically two terms you can think about. It's computational asymmetry, that's basically verifiable computations, and it's informational asymmetry. So you have a computation environment, the blockchain, where you want efficiency, and for that reason you want to outsource the computation out of the blockchain and have basically two parts of the computation, the generation of the computation and the verification on-chain. That's the asymmetry. And for the privacy, that's the same thing. Now in my computation environment on-chain, I could perform my computation, but I don't want to do that simply because then all my secrets will be leaked. So there we have the informational asymmetry. That's all powered by zero-knowledge proof. So it's basically the verifiability is the main property, and privacy is a property that you can use or not use depending on your focus, what you want to do. And that's really the beauty, because zero-knowledge is about way more than just providing privacy. It's about changing the world.
Yeah, that's a really good point. A lot of people think zero-knowledge is only focused on privacy, but it has so many benefits in terms of scalability that you can use. This question is for Jorrit and Yannick. I want you to tell the audience a little bit about your experience implementing zero-knowledge verification on Solana. Maybe Jorrit, you can lead us off.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, that was a really interesting journey, because the Solana runtime is so constrained both in compute and in memory that the way actually we started out building this was we just took a cryptography library and tried to run it on chain, and of course it immediately blew up, nothing worked. And so we started to basically get into it, profile it, see, okay, what can we make work within these constraints. And back last year, it was just 200K compute units. Right now, you can go up to 1.4 million, right, which makes things much easier. But we started out really with that. So we really put, for our proof verification, which features a pairing and some multiplications and additions before, took 1,500 steps, which is actually deployed right now, which we really split into these small chunks, which we just execute over a lot of transactions right now. So with the bigger compute budget, that got much easier, and I actually rewrote a version where you actually can see the algorithm in its actual form and just save state at the right sizes. But yeah, in I'm sure we can like do much better further optimizations on there in the future and make it run in less transactions.
Yeah, so we were actually quite happy that Solana allows development with Rust. So what we did to solve the issues that Jared just described is we've built an interpreter in Rust that basically is a macro that then uses the different computation steps. So you have all kinds of multiplications, additions, field arithmetic, elliptic curve operations for your zero knowledge proof verification. We took this complex computation and put our interpreter around it, and this interpreter then automatically splits it into the packages that the chain can handle from compute budget, from memory perspectives, and we've applied some additional optimizations. So yeah, batch verification depending on network throughput and optimizations in that scenarios, and zero knowledge proofs always tie together with building some accumulator structure on chain, right? So you need Merkle trees, you need to build them, and you need many insertions into those Merkle trees, and those Merkle trees have also computation intensive hash functions. And yeah, so we've also built some interesting functionality around that, around queuing commitments to be inserted, about dynamic batching based on network throughput, to really bring down the cost to basically on high throughput days 0. So yeah.
Awesome. I guess this is for everyone, but what do you think are the biggest limitations or bottlenecks for widespread adoption for ZKs across crypto right now? Where should we be focusing? Where should developers in the ecosystem be focusing to help this technology kind of proliferate and kind of start taking advantage of the scaling properties that ZKs can offer?
I'm happy to jump in. Yeah. So what Jorrit and Yannick are talking about here is really the core of it. It's people rolling up their sleeves and actually getting down to implementing the zero knowledge. And I think this is actually the most exciting part to be working in right now. There are plenty of theoretical results. There are not very many truly practical algorithms, implementations, I want to say, not algorithms. Plenty of algorithms, not too many really great implementations. And so when it's actually, writing the code and getting this, rubber on the road, that's where we find out what the pain points are. That's where we figure out which algorithms are better than the other algorithms. That's where we actually kind of bring this into real life and real practice. And we start getting the benefits of scaling computation the same way that, here it's been announced scaling up storage. How do you scale up storage? You create Merkle trees that can, in a short string, map a very large piece of storage, and you figure out fast ways to do that. What we're working towards here in practice and in algorithms as well is to work towards a world where you can take large computations and condense them into something short. And I think that the work that you guys are doing is really at the core of all of this. It's lots of people trying to implement this, trying to compare what goes the fastest and then running with that and using the pain points that when you try to implement it. That's really where you come to the really interesting topics to work on, both from implementation and from algorithms discovery, theory, practice, across the board. That's what generates the interesting problems in the right directions to work on.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, in addition to what Don just highlighted, I think what is really lacking is the developer experience. Like, it's very hard to actually build on these. Like, very few libraries and primitives exist. Like, in some constrained systems and languages only allow you to write quadratic constraints, which leads to like very interesting workarounds you have to do to actually encode like more complex computation. So I think this is another very interesting area to focus on, to actually have higher level languages which are maybe even proof of system agnostic, which you can compile down to these different proof systems such that you have really built a stack of these different layers, which might even take advantage of like optimizations in systems like LLVM, right? There, I know that there are some projects working on this, so that's another really interesting point to focus on.
Yeah, and the big issue really is the more complex calculations we want to put into the proofs. The verification part stays constant time, but the proving gets more complex, just is bloated, and for that reason we might need different solutions for that. So what we also started a bit of research and development in is, for example, when doing signature verification, we, on curve 25519, for example, so instead of implementing the SHA hash function directly in the zero-knowledge proof, we only need to put the important stuff in the zero-knowledge proof and can perform hashes publicly if the messages are publicly by default, and don't need everything in the zero-knowledge proof, and run all computations on the hardware that are required. So they are required and optimal to run on, right? So basically thinking about building recursive proofs and finding ways to arithmetically prove statements in order to outsource computations outside of zero-knowledge proofs. I think we need some sort of hybrid solutions in that sense, yeah.
I totally agree. I really like your point, Jordan, about more developer tools is going to help everyone in the ecosystem to start building this stuff more. We need someone to build the next anchor for ZK stuff, right? I want to throw it to you, Don, and talk a little bit about, we had this week Kevin Bowers from Jump talk about FireDancer and what the FireDancer team, a research team at Jump, is working on. It's been awesome to see all of the success that they've been having and how excited the community is behind that. I want you to drop some alpha for these guys on Project Cyclone. That's another research team at Jump that's focused on ZK, and not just theoretical, but actually it's applied research. So they're doing hardware acceleration. They're doing a bunch of work on the software side as well. So if you want to give some people a little background on that.
Sure. Yeah, so in addition to, this whole, usability stuff, which is extremely important, what does it mean to have constraints? What does it mean to boil them down into a particular system? You have at the very bottom, bare metal level of all of this, elliptic curve calculations going on like crazy. These tons of really nasty arithmetic that kind of almost fits within, current CPUs and GPUs. That's where everything boils down to. It's like signatures and encryption. These are the basic tools that you run into when you're trying to prove that this large set of constraints are all satisfied, that this calculation you made was done correctly, that an audit would come out to say, yes, it's all correct. So Cyclone, for example, is one of our projects at Jump where we have looked into really the depths of how do you do as fast as you can, either in FPGA or actually in software, how do you do these elliptic curve calculations? And it brings in a ton of different ideas from different areas. Things like looking at fast Fourier transforms, and Kevin Bowers, as you mentioned, did work on this 10 years ago that was actually really quite useful here, that cuts things off just algorithmically cuts things down by maybe a 10% factor. So you can take a bunch of tricks like this, and I think as Kevin was saying yesterday and the day before, these games at the bottom bare metal layer are all about premature optimization, which is a little bit of heresy, but they're about optimizing every single branch of every single computation you can to get the lowest latency and the highest throughput that you can. So we've been looking very intensively at this, and Cyclone is a multi-scalar multiplication package that does things on FPGAs in rather fast ways, which a large team of people really worked on for a long time, and I think we're very proud of that. And hopefully it can be used across the board for anybody who wants to implement these proofs as well.
Okay. Well, we're running they're signaling time. I want to thank our guests for coming out. This has been a great panel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Saeed. Thank you all.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We're continuing with this afternoon's programming, and the next talk is titled Running Like Clockwork, Blockchain Automation, and it's by Nick Garfield, who's the co-founder and CEO of Clockwork. So let's welcome him up to the stage.
Hello, how's everyone doing today? Last day of Breakpoint? Cool. Hi, my name's Nick. I'm the founder and CEO of Clockwork, and we're here today to talk a little bit about blockchain automation. So can I get a show of hands, actually? Who here is a developer or an engineer? OK, it's actually quite a few. Awesome. So we have a lot in show today. But actually, to give a little bit of background before we get there, I kind of want to give some context around like how we decided this was a problem worth solving. And so we got our, we started our journey on Solana about a year ago at the last Breakpoint. And we started in payments, actually. So I'm like super bullish on Solana's potential to disrupt the payments industry because I used to work in that industry for about 4 years. In a prior life, I helped build one of the largest payroll systems in the world during my time at Uber, the ride-sharing company. And we built a system that distributes income to about 4 million employee contractors doing multiple lines of work in every currency and country imaginable. And so during that time, I came to see just about every possible payments bug you can imagine. I used to get woken up at 4 a.m. in the middle of the night all the time because some file transfer failed somewhere. We were about to miss a batch payments deadline, and so we had to email a 40,000-line CSV file to a banker on the other side of the world to make sure that drivers would get paid on time. And it was really that world that I was coming from when I first saw Solana. And so the thing that really struck me about Solana was just that this thing is cheaper, it's faster, and it's easier to use than any existing payment rails in history. Right? So like instead of settling in business days, Solana settles in seconds. And instead of charging a % of your payment volume, Solana transactions cost a fraction of a cent. And so my head, when looking at the system, just kind of immediately went, well, we should obviously build a payroll system on this thing. And that's what we started with. And almost as soon as we started building that, we began to run into another problem, kind of a more fundamental problem, which was how do we schedule transactions, right? And so what we wanted for the product we were building was just to schedule a token transfer to happen every day or every week or every month. And we were kind of looking for this like native transaction scheduling API to be able to say, I have a transaction, I want to run this on Monday or every Monday. But that didn't exist. And so the only thing that really made any sense to us was to kind of spin up some web server in a cloud service provider like Google or AWS and code that thing to schedule and submit transactions however we needed them. But we obviously really didn't like that solution because it introduced a whole bunch of risk. It introduced this centralized single point of failure. And we were trying to build a decentralized app, and the idea that it was going to be dependent on some, backend, some centralized backend, really didn't appeal to us, and felt like it went kind of against the ethos of even building on blockchains in the first place. Right? So it's just like if every smart contract needs some backend to actually power it, like what's kind of the point of building on blockchains? And we kind of began to realize that like a number of our friends who were also building the space were kind of running into similar problems because we were actually at Mountain DAO at this time in February. So I just want to give a quick shout out to Mountain DAO and like all the amazing people who helped put that together because that experience really changed our lives. And it was this vision of trying to build a decentralized transaction scheduler for Solana that we eventually won the Riptide Hackathon with a few months later, just earlier this year. And so after that, we, of course, raised a seed round, and we changed our name to Clockwork, and we kind of got to work on trying to solve this problem once and for all. So yeah, let's get into it. What is Clockwork? Clockwork is an automation engine for Solana. And so what that means is that developers can use Clockwork to schedule transactions and automate smart contracts without relying on centralized off-chain infrastructure. And so if you want to do something like automate a token transfer or mint something or do a swap on a DEX or a calculation or kind of any arbitrary state change you can imagine, you can automate that without having to write some off-chain bot. The only thing you need to be able to do is write a smart contract and deploy it to Solana, and Clockwork will take care of helping automate that contract and bring it to life. And so you may be wondering, like, how do we do this? And so we've been working really hard for the last 9 months to develop this new primitive for Solana developers that we like to call threads. And if you're a software engineer, you actually already know, what threads are, right? I mean, just as a traditional application uses threads to execute some series of instructions on a computer, Clockwork is introducing transaction threads to allow Solana programs to execute a series of instructions on Solana. And so what does that really mean, and how does that work? I'm going to dive into the code a little bit. If you're not an engineer, don't worry. We're not going to stay here too long. But when we're developing smart contracts on Solana, we tend to do two things, right? We define some state, our account model or data model that our users are going to be interacting with, and we define some instructions that define the rules around how that state can change and how it can mutate. And typically, when we're writing these instructions, we don't really return anything. We have this empty response value, and we just say OK at the end of our functions. But Solana is actually way more flexible than this, and we can actually return things from our instructions. And we got the idea that we could leverage this to do some nifty things. And so with the Clockwork SDK, we're actually introducing a new return type that you can add to your instructions to make them threadable. And we call that the thread response. And I'm not going to go through everything in the thread response, but I particularly want to highlight the next instruction property there. Because what the next instruction does is it allows your program to point to some instruction that should be run immediately after your instruction is done. And to say that another way, you can actually create a chain of instructions or a linked list of instructions where once instruction A runs and it does some work, it can actually point to instruction B. Instruction B runs and it does some work, points to instruction C. C runs, does some work, and points to instruction D, and so on, until you eventually return a null value and say that our work is done. And what's happening behind the scenes here is that we've been working with a lot of the validator and RPC node infrastructure providers to create this worker net, or a subset of RPC nodes that can actually simulate this chain, take all those instructions, pack them into a transaction, and then submit that transaction to the chain on your program's behalf, essentially kind of bringing it to life without you needing to obviously write any off-chain bot. And so the one thing I kind of want to highlight is this chain, for example, it might be really long, and it might not fit into a single transaction. And so what the worker net will do is, when it recognizes this, it will be able to split up that chain into multiple transactions and submit them across many slots or many blocks. And this is partly why we call them threads, is that you can have a long-running process on the blockchain. It's just one transaction submitted after the other indefinitely into the future. In fact, there's no reason why you couldn't have a chain that just goes on forever, and you're just running a background process on Solana. And what we think is pretty interesting is that this is obviously all happening on chain, and so within your smart contract, you can obviously read some account data and write branching logic that says, if price is above 100, then return instruction A, and if price is below 100, then return instruction B. And you can even take that a step further and get cyclical logic, where instruction A points to B, points to A, points to B, and so on until your job is done. But the main idea here is that by combining this thread of instructions with a worker net that can pack those instructions into transactions and submit them to the chain, we can help bring smart contracts to life and really make them run and get a lot closer to that vision of a world computer where we can deploy programs that actually just exist, where they run on their own. And so you may be wondering, well, how does the thread start and how do they kick off, and how does that work? And for that, we support 3 different trigger types. We have, I'm going to run through these briefly, but the first one is an account trigger type, where you can effectively subscribe to some account. And whenever the data in that account changes, you can kick off a thread to process that new data change. The second trigger type is kind of where we started, which is just the cron, a schedule. You can schedule a one-off thread or a recurring thread to come every, whatever schedule you need, every 5 seconds or hour or month. And then the last one is just on-demand threads, which is if you need to kick off some long, complex chain of instructions just right away. You need it to run. But so this interface is really flexible and allows for all sorts of different types of use cases. It unlocks a lot of different applications. And so I want to get a little bit more concrete and talk about some of the teams that we've been talking to and are working with today. And so all of the examples that I'm about to run through are either live today or will be live in the coming weeks and months. So I'm going to start with oracles. And so, of course, on Solana, we have two really great oracles, which are Pith and Switchboard. And one thing you can do is, going back to that account trigger, you could set up a thread that can process some incoming Oracle data feed. And you could do this to, for example, calculate some statistics or like a time-weighted average price, a TWAP over some incoming price feed, or any sort of technical indicator, like maybe a volatility index that you might want. And then you could take that a step further and execute some action based off that price. Like maybe you want to execute a swap on Serum or on some other DEX. So this is just kind of one thing that these Clockwork threads allow for. And that kind of gets us into DeFi, of course. Like we have a few different lending protocols and, of course, like DeFi applications on Solana. And one thing we could do, if we can automatically execute some swap, we can also automatically repay debt on a lending market. And this allows for building automated DeFi protection mechanisms, where, say, as your collateral price is approaching a liquidation threshold, you just want to auto-repay your debt rather than get liquidated. But you can also, get a little bit more aggressive and rebalance your collateral positions based off relative yield rates of those different pools. And you no longer need to go to your favorite lending markets and refresh the page every morning and move assets around just to try to capture the maximum yield. A smart contract can basically just automate that for you. Of course, there's payments. And a few different, lots of people are working on payments in Solana, and we're excited to kind of help them all achieve that vision. And so, of course, going to where we first started, scheduling token transfers and automating recurring subscriptions or auto-claiming from vesting contracts. This is all very possible, very real today, actually. And of course, you can mint new tokens automatically if you are trying to distribute rewards to your users, or maybe those rewards are based off some incoming Oracle feed based off some off-chain work that they've done, or you can get very flexible in the types of reward mechanisms that you can build with these threads. And then the last team I want to touch on is squads, because we really want to make threads multiplayer. And for example, there are a number of teams that manage their validator through a squad, through a multisig. And so, it's kind of annoying to have everyone in that multisig sign off on a transaction just to claim that yield. Or instead, what you could do is sign a thread that basically is approved to auto-claim that yield for you. And then that just runs in the background, and you don't need to worry about it. And then a few things I want to touch on last are just the price. So this obviously is not a SaaS. This is powered by a decentralized network of RPC nodes. And the minimum price that we start with is 1,000 LAMP ports per instruction. And so this is incredibly cheap. It's just an extra fee that's tacked on to those transactions. Of course, if you're a developer, you may know that the base fee per transaction is 5,000 LAMP ports. So this is kind of an incremental fee on top of that. But there may be use cases where you're running a really important thread that you want to make sure gets into every slot. Maybe you're cranking a Serum market with a particular thread. And so you may want to prioritize that thread with the workers, and you can bump that fee and pay a little more to make the workers prioritize it and make sure those transactions get in to the block. And the last thing I just want to announce is that this, of course, is not like vaporware. This is live on mainnet today. It has been for a few weeks. And it's 100% open source. And so, if you're curious to check it out, we're on GitHub. We are kind of continuously publishing new example programs that are built with Clockwork to our examples repo. These are free to fork. Anyone can use them and build products off of them and start companies off of them. And then, of course, we're currently under audits by some of the best auditors in the industry at OtterSec. And we're super excited to see what you guys build. And just happy to be here. So thank you.
I think having on-chain automation actually just takes the idea of composability to a whole different level. Next up, we have the team from Matchday, who are going to talk about the beautiful game meets the blockchain. So let's welcome Derek Coe and Sebastian De Hello to the stage.
All right, hey everyone, I'm Derek, CEO and co-founder of Matchday. I've been a huge football fan my entire life, and over the past few weeks, many folks have been asking me, what is Matchday? And I've been saying, wait till Breakpoint. So I'm excited that we finally get to share what we're building at Matchday and what we'll be bringing to the Solana gaming ecosystem. And that includes stuff that we have never talked about before, ever. All of you here will be the first to hear about it for the first time. And with that, I'll hand it over to my co-founder and Chief Gaming Officer of Matchday, Seb.
Thank you, Derek. And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sebastian, as Derek was saying, and I'm Matchday's Chief Gaming Officer. And today, I want to share with you what our Matchday team has been up to. But before this, I want to take a step back, because this is going to be a fun presentation. This is about the beautiful game. Football, as we call it, or soccer for my American friends. It's truly a force that is bringing more people together than ever before. In fact, football currently attracts 3.5 billion fans around the world. That's 1 billion more than the number 2 sport, which is cricket. But it's still growing. FIFA predicts a global audience of 5 billion viewers for the upcoming 2022 World Cup. Meanwhile, games are more popular than ever. Over 3.5 billion people currently play the largest selection of titles, from console to PC to tablets to mobile phones. Not only do they play, but they spend about $200 billion a year, which is more than music and movies combined. And that is also still growing. The industry is expected to grow to $500 billion by 2030, a true phenomenon. From entire stadia, watching esports final, to mass casual phenomenons, it's truly mind-boggling scale. And we've been talking about scale a lot here at Breakpoint. The question then is, why? And the answer is really because both football and games are fueled by high emotions. Emotions which are their maximum intensity between friends. And these emotions are the source of long-term engagement in both cases. So sports and video games have always had a strong overlap. And if you think about it, the first video game, Pong, 2 pallets and a ball, that was really tennis. And 20 years ago, football and games collided in a big way with great results. You could control actual players on the screen and it really felt magical. But little has happened since. Centralized giants, EA and Konami, not to name them, have delighted fans for many years, steadily polishing graphics and physics and the overall UI, but today they still control the game. So what about Web3? As you all know, Arthur C. Clarke said that any advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So Web3 as a technology, we heard lots about it, might be emergent, but it's transformative. It's reorganizing the world around distributed public ledgers and smart contracts. That might be still sometimes slow and cumbersome, but it's iterating and improving exponentially, in no small part to the work that you are all doing. The question then remains, is Web3 already indistinguishable from magic when we only have a few million daily active wallets, even though it might be growing fast? Well, the answer is really from users who are saying yes, and last year spent $4.6 billion on NFTs. So that's not a small feat. And all technologies go through inflection points. I like this slide because it reminds us, how this technology goes from early adopters to widespread consumer adoption. Think, for example, the year mobile phones went from a glorified radio to a programmable device. This was the third phone from the left, the Nokia 3310, which was perhaps the most famous for its ability to play Java games. Who here has seen Java games, right? But this launched a platform revolution because the genesis of mobile gaming depended from that implementation. And this was 22 years ago. Then look at the iPhone in the middle of this slide, right? And try to imagine if there were no such device before 2007, which is yesterday. So where are we here on the blockchain? I would argue that we are at the Nokia 3310 stage, and we have no idea how big the inflection point is really going to, where it's going to take us. So it's going to grow in robustness, it's going to grow in capabilities, and it will take us to a magical place. But all we know about the blockchain is that it is fulfilling a fundamental desire for ownership in our digital world. And what will happen as it starts to power new experiences in sports and video games will be nothing short of magic for users. That we are convinced of. So ownership really is about emotions. If you think about it, it's a key enabler of our offline emotion, our real-life emotions. And we all have experienced what the thrill of the treasure hunt is when you're looking for that elusive item. And sometimes you look for minutes or for hours, sometimes for years and decades for these elusive items. It's also about the joy about finding this and bringing it home, collecting it. And this is joy, but it can also be pride, it can be delight, it can be happiness, but it generates emotions, right? And so we would argue that ownership is the genesis of powerful emotion. And of course, the blockchain enables ownership. So if you think about this, ownership is at the basis of huge, epic human narratives. If you think of any great story, often it has ownership at the center. So what it means for us in the game development world is that the blockchain enables new categories of game based on ownership. And I heard so many times in the past 2 days, what is a blockchain-powered game? Like, what does that mean? It really means that you can now introduce the concept of ownership inside the game. So today, we are announcing a whole bunch of things. And we're going to tell you what we've been working on. But it starts with a great team. So I want to give a shout-out to my co-founders, Derek, Razmik, and Benny, without whom nothing of this would be possible. And also all our awesome team members who are probably watching from all around the globe right now. They make this possible. And what we're building together is a category-defining, blockchain-powered game for 5 billion fans. And that's not a small adventure. And we started building this, but we have a secret weapon. And this secret weapon is that we're building this with someone who's extra special to us because we are working in very close partnership with Leo Messi. I would argue one of the greatest footballers of all times, winner of 7 Ballon d'Or, just an absolutely amazing human being. It's truly a dream come true in our team to have Leo on our side. And something else we have in this adventure is amazing partners. And today, we are very, very proud to announce we are the first gaming company powered by the blockchain to partner with FIFA, the world governing body of football. And with FIFPro, the global union, which represents over 65,000 professional footballers all around the world. This is football coming to the blockchain in a major, major way, and we could not be more excited to be the team doing it. In fact, here are some of the quotes. Not only do people at FIFPro who represent all those players are excited about the game we're building, but they're also excited about what the blockchain means. It means authenticity and inclusivity of all the players. Big, small, man, woman, far, near. And this is a very different way to devise an experience. But I'm not done, because we have another incredible partner on our team. And this is Alexia Putellas, one of our founding global ambassadors. She's an advisor, she's an investor, and she really wants to elevate women's football across video games. And unless you've been living in a cave lately, you probably have seen the meteoric rise of women's football globally, and we want to make it at the heart of our experience. Alexia, by the way, is an amazing athlete. She's the first back-to-back winner of the Ballon d'Or Féminin and the recipient of the UEFA Women's Player of the Year award twice. And she's super excited to use blockchain technology to push the limits with our team and of what that means to engage in a football game. Really, really exciting stuff. And of course, we are also building the future, but we're not building it in a vacuum, which is why we choose to work with blockchain partners like Solana, because we share a fundamental commitment to things like carbon neutrality from its inception. And so when we think about what technologies enable, a lot of stuff that we've been talking about, it means real-world impact. it doesn't just matter that things work, it matters how they work and how they impact the wider world. And so along this journey, we're especially excited to bring superstars athletes on one side and huge fans closer together. Stars like Danielle Van der Donk, Yves Perisset, Blaise Matuidi, and many others who, if they could, would be here today, but many of them are actually training. But here is a short video of them.
Aujourd'hui, j'ai envie de partager quelque chose avec vous, c'est match day.
And these are not fancy marketing videos. These are the athletes themselves who want to talk to the blockchain community, want to talk to the Web3 community, and tell you how excited they are. So today, we are announcing our first blockchain-powered football game. This is something that we are working on. It's slated for community release in early 2023, and it's a mass casual, multi-platform title, which will be first released to our community and then to the wider world to attract 5 billion fans. And yes, every one of you can help us shape it in our community, and we are also recruiting if any one of you likes to play video games. So if you cannot wait that long, we have some surprises for you, because 2023 can sound far away. To us, it sounds like tomorrow. So here is my great pleasure to show you our player cards, which are the heart of the free-to-play matchday game experience. These are NFTs with utility. What does this mean? These NFTs have collectible value and in-game utility at the same time. It's a gateway to a football-centric community and game experience. And we think they look awesome, and we hope that you agree. And they come in several levels of rarities. They come all as part of time-limited edition. So they come, and then they're gone. They're beautiful, they're meaningful, but most importantly to us and to our gamers, they are useful in our games. And yours truly to own forever, which is a brand new concept when you approach this from a gamer perspective. No more card resetting. They are available on matchday.com later this week, so you'll be the first to see them and the first to be able to get them. So the journey from a gamer perspective now really starts by collecting player cards and building your ideal squads of 15 players. This is a game for everyone that we've designed with maximum accessibility at the core as a core value. So you will start with a pack of 3 player cards, which you can get on matchday.com, and each card is tied to a real footballer, selected from tens of thousands of football players that we're working with, both men and women from around the globe. And as you collect, you have a lot to look forward to, from rookies to superstars to local athletes. All the cards will be available on this limited basis in a series of special editions. And we will let you send a free pack of cards to a friend. So if you want to collect more cards, invite your friends into the experience, and we want you to give the gift of NFT gaming to your friends. And of course, the better the card, the harder it is to get. And you will need them when it's time to play, to assemble your dream team of 15 players. So this is where trading comes in with your friends. And this week, we are also launching our very own in-game NFT marketplace, both for crypto users and for fiat users. So this would let gamers trade in full compliance with local regulation wherever they are in the world. Again, this is a lot of complexity that's completely abstracted from the user experience. So if your journey starts with getting a free pack of cards, it continues by trading your way to the best squad of 15 players that you can assemble. And of course, then, if these cards are beautiful, meaningful, and delivered in magical packs, they're also useful in the game that we're building. That's the whole point. So imagine being able to virtually insert the card into your game, and they transform into real players with real characteristics, which can be dynamic. And by playing this game, you can level up your cards and end up with the most amazing, differentiated, unique collection, combining rarity with in-game utility. And you can own them forever. But there is more. Before the launch of the 2023 game, we are releasing a first blockchain-powered, light casual football social game. It's an HTML5 game that absolutely anyone can play on anywhere in the world, on any device, no download required. Again, accessibility in mind. We have lowered the access barriers to the maximum, and all the complexity is under the hood. So you place your prediction, you challenge your friends, and you see who's really the most dedicated fans of them all. And your NFTs in your collection act as a bonus accelerator depending on the real-world action of that player during that World Cup match. So we are on a very exciting journey. We'd love to invite you to join us. Simply go to matchday.com, reserve your username, which has been opened today, and be the first to get your cards. It's free, it's fun, it's about football. What's not to like it? Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you, Michael. I think it's quite interesting because at Solana, we kind of always talk about onboarding the next 1 million, 10 billion, 100 billion users. And I think having a genuinely good game that abstracts the Web3 components from the end user is actually a very interesting strategy. So next up, we have Michael Wagner, who is the co-founder and CEO of Star Atlas, who's going to talk to us about the current state of Star Atlas. Let's welcome Michael.
Well, it's fantastic to be here today presenting on the current state of development across the Star Atlas ecosystem. We have some incredible gaming updates to share with you today, though I do want to spend just a little bit of time talking about the work that we're doing at Automata, which is the studio behind the vision of Star Atlas. Now, through the course of the presentation today, there's really two key themes that I want to demonstrate. One, that Star Atlas truly is the next generation of gaming, and not just in Web3, but across the games industry. And two, that this concept of Star Atlas is significantly larger than that of just a video game. With our open architecture and permissionless on-chain game design, we are building a gaming ecosystem in very much the same way that a layer 1 protocol like Solana develops out its own ecosystem by delivering primitives and programs that attract developers and innovators to build upon. Now, Star Atlas was conceived in mid-2020. And at the time, we had a couple of key objectives. We wanted to bring AAA gaming to Web3. We wanted to integrate blockchain to as much of the game as possible. And we wanted to build it on the only protocol capable of delivering that game logic at scale. Naturally, we selected Solana. And I still believe to this day that that choice was one of the best early strategic decisions that we made as an organization. As we move forward, we've scaled the company from the 4 original co-founders to 233 people today, operating across 25 countries, fully remote, in virtually every time zone around the world. And as an organization, we focus our efforts primarily on 3 core verticals of business. And that includes gaming experiences, infrastructure and architecture, and a marketplace. Now, I'm not going to spend much time talking about the marketplace today, but I do want to emphasize the significance of the marketplace on our economy. It is the engine room that facilitates commerce between our players and will be absolutely pivotal in the player-to-player and player-driven economy going into the future. In the infrastructure division, we're building out services like Fuzzy Lemur, which is a blockchain indexing service. This allows us to bypass RPC nodes and get our data directly from the source. Early analytics indicate that we are able to receive state change data from validators in as little as 16 milliseconds, and on the median, in 250 milliseconds. Now, if it's difficult to contextualize that for you, it is for me too. But I can assure you, my engineers have told me that these results are impressive. And in fact, if those results are able to be maintained, this will be the most performant blockchain indexer in the industry. And in addition to that, we're working on Starcom, which is a middleware Web3 MMO game server, which is going to need to handle millions or potentially billions of client connections to our environments. And then on top of that, and finally, the Foundation SDK. This is a piece of software that we open sourced and released to the world on September 29th. This is a Web3 JS library developed in C++ that natively integrates Solana into Unreal Engine. Now, using this technology, we built the world's first Solana wallet in UE5. But the potential doesn't stop there. We actually see this technology as creating pathways for developers and game studios from all over the world to onboard into Web3, onboard onto Solana, wherein we can create interconnected and interoperable pathways between our environments and theirs. Now, where we spend most of our time chewing on glass, as Tully says, is building out the gaming experiences. And we build our AAA client in Unreal Engine 5. We build an immersive web client using Play Canvas. And we also recently spun up a mobile division. Now, Automata is a gaming company, but our destination is the metaverse, the open metaverse. And Star Atlas in gaming is how we get there and bring billions of customers along with us. So, with that being said, let me pause for a moment and now transport you some 600 years into the future. I'm going to play a cinematic trailer that we released last year.
Miles, the station reported a distress signal last night. They think it came from your dad's ship.
The signal, it came from past the outer ring. How is that even possible?
His ship has been reported missing for 20 years now. Pretty sure he's not coming back.
We go there, we might not come back.
What is this place?
This is going to change everything. They found out we have the map. They're gonna kill us for it.
If that's the case, there's only one thing we can do.
Seen this at least 100 times and I still get the chills. Now, while that wasn't captured in Unreal Engine, I want you to keep that visual identity in mind when we move into the Unreal Engine content. But before we do that, I'm just going to start with some updates, some early access into our immersive web or browser-based client. Now, anybody that follows along with Star Atlas knows we love using acronyms in our project code names. This has been operating under project codename SCREAM, which is Ship Combat Resource Extraction and Missions. That was the original idea. But today, we are formally debuting the go-forward branding of Star Atlas, Golden Era, or SAGE for our web client. Now, what is SAGE? Well, from an architecture standpoint, this is your top-down, isometric view, real-time strategy gameplay. It uses a very unique to Star Atlas cartographer aesthetic on the map. And most importantly, this is predominantly developed with on-chain mechanics for the game logic. We're delivering no less than 6 new on-chain programs for the functionality of SAGE. Things like combat, movement around the map, inventory management, crafting systems, and many others are all delivered on-chain. From the gameplay perspective, this is all about territory expansion and control. You'll start at one of 3 central space stations based on the faction that you choose. You'll explore into the map, you'll collect resources, you'll use those resources to construct star bases and level those up, as well as defend against attacks from the other 2 factions and destroy star bases from those other opponents. So let's just take a look at some of the UI here that we have up and coming, and this is all still very early stage stuff, but what you see is a small battle going on at the Oni Central Space Station. And on the top left is your player profile and character data. On the right-hand side, you have a global fleet management system, and down in the lower left is your action hub, so you can perform these functions in-game. We'll take another look here just from a different angle. And one more look here. This is of one of the star bases that are being crafted. And once again, you are leveling these up through the contribution of resources on a global level. And we'll take one more look of just the Tier 0 baseline star base that is under construction. So, one of the reasons we call this golden era is because it unlocks the next generation of game economics across the Star Atlas ecosystem. And again, I'm not going to be spending a ton of time talking about the economy today, although I do think that this is one of those categories in Web3 games where there's largely deficient effort put into economic architecture and design, structuring sustainable economics that can persist into the future. On the other hand, in our case, we put significant resources into this economic architecting. Within our economy department, we've created 3 sub-departments that consist of game economy, wherein we focus on balance between gameplay mechanics, in the token economy or tokenomics, and this is where we look at any time a cryptocurrency intersects with any of the gameplay itself, and then finally on the metaverse economy. And this is really an emerging field of research, and we think through what the implications are for participation in digital society in these virtual worlds going on into the future. And if you've read through any of our quarterly State of the Economy reports, we are literally defining what it means today to be a citizen in one of these worlds. But with all that said, this is the moment probably everyone here has really been waiting for, which is the content released from Unreal Engine 5. And this is incredibly impressive work from our team. We're going to walk through this just by discovering a couple of the content delivery pipelines that our art and production team work on. So we'll be playing a video here that walks through environments, through ships, through characters, animation and VFX, and finishes with design. I almost get a little emotional when I watch that. It's like watching a child take its first steps. I should have warned you that we were going full speed there. We tried to fit about 15 minutes worth of content into 4 minutes, and there's so much more behind the scenes. But this is some of the most innovative stuff that's going on in game design right now, happening, and we're less than a year into development on this. So, yeah. So where are we today and where are we going? Well, today we are revealing for the first time that we have an entirely new roadmap structure that we're releasing to the world that will describe the way that we reveal and unveil and provide access to this game through time. And so presently, we're living in the stage of preseason, and this was executed, once again, back on September 29th, when we launched on Epic Games Store our Volant Station showroom module. This was pretty simple. It was a beautiful environment, and it was the ability to interact with your ships and your models and see them at scale against other ships. If you were with us on Games Day last Friday, you will have gotten a sneak peek of what's up and coming in the second release of this 4-release schedule. That will include multiplayer instances, both hosted, private or publicly hosted, the ability to join those instances, multiplayer proximity chat, text chat, an in-showroom racing course, as well as a dedicated standalone dogfighting arena instance where you can test your skills against AI. And moving into the next season, you're going to see this map right here that's on screen. You're going to see this map expand in multiples. And we'll be revealing the creation of the very first megastructure project within Star Atlas. You'll be working collaboratively with every other user across the Star Atlas ecosystem to collect materials and resources from mining facilities and contribute those to the creation of a warp gate, which will take you out of the showroom, out of preseason, and into Season 0. And finally, we'll be finishing the preseason with the addition of PvE, looting mechanics, and missions. And just to give you a little sense of scale of what it is that you're going to be working on, the showroom, it's hard to tell. That showroom is in the lower left. That is the entire universe of Star Atlas today, down in the lower left of that screen, and you will be building this warp gate to exit this planet. Going to move relatively quickly here for the rest of this. We had a ton of content to try to fit in today, and I am running low on time. What I do want to highlight today is really just the next seasonal release. So we're going to get through the preseason. That's going to happen sometime next year. But also going into next year, we're expecting the release of our first official season. And that is going to introduce a complete gameplay loop and mechanic of combat racing. These are the repeatable, replayable, economically driven, and sweaty and twitchy gameplay, as our co-founder, chief product officer calls it, those really fun, entertaining, and engaging gameplay experiences. This will be the complete loop, the first loop. And we're calling that Star Atlas Alive. So we have many more things coming that include ship mining, the ability to go out and the big game hunting, and bounty hunting, and effectively every season going forward for the next 8 seasons will consist of some specialization of one of the gameplay mechanics wherein we enhance the various professions throughout the game. This is going to take us years. We're expecting 5 to 7 years still to complete this game, but the idea is we roll this content out over time, and you always have something new and active to engage in. Now, I'm going to leave this on screen just for a moment here so you can capture that if you'd like. We do have, I am out of time here, but we do have one more major announcement today. I'm super thrilled about this one. It is the official release of Star Atlas Core. Core is an 18-chapter graphic novel set in comic book format that is released on a monthly basis starting today. It follows along with our protagonist, Gian, and his crew of everyday explorers as they navigate the universe of Star Atlas some 120 years before current era in-game. And it tells the story of how a select few individuals can change the entire course of history. Now, we're releasing this for free as a free-to-read product across all of the major e-reader publications today. That includes Amazon and Google and Apple, Barnes & Noble, the Star Atlas Marketplace, amongst others. Though we do have an option for the collectors out there to purchase this as a commemorative NFT series over the next 18 months. We're selling this for $20, and for the first time, we're collaborating with an external marketplace. We are working with Magic Eden, and each of the Star Atlas Marketplace and the Magic Eden Marketplace will have a unique collectible cover. Collecting this content, which is totally optional, provides you access to additional hidden material and content that is not available in the free-to-read version, as well as the ability to redeem at the conclusion of the collection for a commemorative, hardbound, high-quality physical book. So, with that, everyone, we did actually get one more additional amazing video, but as I'm over time, I'm going to play that as I walk off stage. So just wanted to thank you all for listening, and as we always say, power to the people.
The greatest intersection of these spaces of outward expansion and inward expansion is embodied by Star Atlas. Star Atlas is a new metaverse. It's going to open up the final frontier, the intergalactic frontier. Is an ontological awakening. It's going to allow us to stargate beyond the bounds of the imagination, to literally become starlight. This metaverse will augment our minds and augment our world and finally allow us to show ourselves to ourselves.
Think myself to where